Pullock. Lane 5, Owen Inslee. And lane 6, Daniel Schaefer. And we are a little over halfway through the course here, with it appears to be lane 3 with a commanding lead. And that will be Mr. Cooper Hagen of SORA, followed by lanes 1, 4, and 5 close by. And to be honest, maybe a show for the last 250, because these guys are definitely keeping each other in contact for second, third, and fourth place. That lead is absolutely getting bigger and bigger. And honestly, keep strong, keep in the boat, and he will walk away with that first place finish here at the Southeast Championships. And to be honest, I may have been mistaken. Actually, maybe lane 2 that's ahead of the pack right now. It's pretty hard to see the buoys and count over, but that lane 2, that will be Mr. Hayden Lesser of Manatee County Youth.
That could be, and I do remember seeing this shell yesterday. Hi everyone, Grace Latz here. Sorry for joining a little bit late, just getting things up and running, but it does look like this race started a little early, so very single sculler thing to do. So Maurice, how's this race been looking? Early start. Now we're in some red buoys, but what did it look like that first 2/3? This boat still had that early lead?
We are, and okay, yeah, I made that mistake again. So this will be Hayden Lesser. So I was right the first time. But yeah, he took a commanding lead in that first 300, or yeah, like first 300 meters, and after that, he just opened it up all the
Man,
way, and they never, nobody ever just caught back up. He just ate away, ate away, ate away. And so this one was a um, pretty clear cut win. And just by the unofficial time, 7:34, 7:44, 10 seconds. That is definitely well open water.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I remember yesterday, Cooper was ahead of the pack in his semi. So great race to have a little bit closer margins here and a good race between 2 and 3 to fight for that second and third place.
Yes, for sure. And I was rude. I haven't even introduced myself. I just hopped right on in because
Yeah,
racing is
who are
exciting.
you?
So
Tell
I
us a
know,
little
right?
more about yourself.
Well, hello everyone, and again, welcome to the Southeast Youth Championships in Gainesville, Georgia. I am Mari Scott, and they will be sending the second race here, the women's youth single final. And these I feel like these are some of the best events. I mean, in singles, I no bias, but I definitely feel like they are the best boats because the focus and the attention that you need to be in a single and race it at the same time is just your focus has to be unmatched.
Yeah, I would agree. Yesterday, I sort of alluded to it being one of the harder boats. It's only you out there, you, yourself, and I. So these athletes, on top of having a pretty deep field in their initial time trials and then going through a semi, now being here this morning, they're the ones they don't have a coxswain pushing them. They don't have a teammate to pull for. It's all on their own shoulders. And it's great to see so many youth in singles and in these smaller boat classes. And some tight racing, it looks like, unfolding here in the women's youth single.
And yes, and for this women's youth single in lane one, we will have Parker Hurley, lane two, Catherine Nordheim, lane three, Stella Toro, lane four, Annalise Hall, lane five, Yana Krivasheva, and lane six, Hayden Hammond. And it
And
definitely
it does
looks
look
like,
like, yeah, Annalise, I think, maybe has this early lead. And looking at her time trial, she did walk away with the time trial's fastest time yesterday morning with about 14 seconds over the next fastest crew, Stella, who's also there, right there with her over in lane 3.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the beginning of that race, probably around the first minute and a half, the boat run coming from her boat looked really smooth, and she was cutting through the water with ease. And so I'm definitely not surprised that she is leading the pack right now, but lane three is not going to let go of that stern. So this will be real interesting to see if she can hold lane lane three off of her stern.
Yeah, and it looks like lane 3 made a little bit of a push there, but I'm also seeing a little bit of the bow over there in lane 2 because there's a race happening for that third place in this women's youth single. Uh, no one's uh, no one's making it easy for anybody. So even in the first place, with that in that blue shell, she's having to work for it here.
And see, you love and hate it at the same time. Like being in a
Yeah,
boat and like you're like, let go. Please let go.
just give
But
up. Yeah, I mean, that's the
it
great
is.
thing about being out in front, right? Is like you get to see the competitors you're trying to walk through. But the tough thing about this single, you don't you can't waste energy looking around. You're pouring everything you've got into those handles and into those blades. And that fight for a third place is going down. So we've got over there in lane 2, Catherine Nordheim of North Palm Beach, and then over in lane 5 and 6 of what we can see. Let's see. I'm sorry, 3. Yeah, over there, 5 and 6. And Yana and Hayden, it's hard to see from this angle, but I would argue that that fight in third is really within a boat length of each other.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's absolutely going to be is absolutely going to be a fight for that second and third place on there. Um, yeah, I mean, on our screen here, I mean, you can see that boat run, and I mean, that body swing. I mean, she's picking that boat up pretty well here, lifting that bow off the water and just sending it through. And again, this is Annalise Hall from the Triangle.
And I'm looking back through yesterday's semifinal results, and Annalise was racing Catherine. They were only 4 seconds apart at the finish, and I think she's closer to Annalise than she was yesterday, but she's still got probably, I'd wager, about uh, just over 500 meters left to try to make up some of that distance. But over there in lane two, they've made up some time as well. They're pushing and making a challenge over there of Catherine's or Catherine and Stella. That's the fight I think that's going on right now.
And it looks like lane one is going to be walking and closing that distance between bow balls there. I mean, I'm looking at that boat run show. She definitely, lane one has definitely made a move, and that will be Parker Hurley from North Orlando. But Annalise is still holding on to her lead, and it is absolutely open water right now for her position in first place. But second, third, and fourth place looks to be still within striking distance, and it looks like it will be a fight for the first four finishes. So we're definitely may see something special here and can see how these boats respond, especially coming up to that last 250 of the race where you just pretty much empty the tank. I mean, every single last person here has already raced at least two times before, leading up to the finals and qualifying for the finals. And so this is truly going to be where they empty the tank, and it's pretty much who can fight through that pain to get to the finish line the first. And so we'll be seeing that here very, very shortly.
Yeah, this is where your training pays off, right? You know, rowing is still a balance of aerobic and anaerobic. So, especially in the single, you're putting in those miles and miles and miles. And I think we'll probably see a pretty exciting last 250 now that we're in the red buoys here. We can see a little more flicker of these blades here. Definitely a step up in rate. So I think there's got to be something happening here because over there, that that lane two, I believe that's Catherine Nordheim. She might be edging ahead of Stella, maybe taking a gutsy move here.
Yeah, she's definitely picked up the rate for sure.
And you can see Annalise take a little look to her right. She's noticing that over to her right side, she's got a boat charging.
And that's where you are tested. Can you keep your composure while you see another boat walking on you, or and be confident about your strokes? Or do you be like me when I raced last year and had a boat walking on me and I kind of got freaked out and I was just like, daggone it. It's sometimes it gets the best of us sometimes, you know? So
Yeah,
we would have Annalise coming through with a first place finish here and an unofficial time of 8:22, followed by Catherine Nordheim of North Palm Beach with an 8:28, followed by Stella Toro with an 8:31 of Miami Beach. Congratulations to those podium finishers of the women's youth single. And actually, congratulations to everybody that made the final, because I know that there are well over, I want to say, 20 entries for this event.
yeah, there was quite a deep field, and really only out of the time trials, 14 were able to advance. And then out of each semifinal, 3 advanced to the race that we just saw. So, I mean, congrats to everybody who's here in this final and everyone who challenged themselves in a single coming down this course.
Because it definitely takes a special somebody to be in a single.
Definitely a special somebody. Uh, I've like you said, I've trained in singles, I've raced in singles. Kudos and my hats off to you. But now we're starting off with the men's youth pair final. Already got our start popped off, and in lane 1, we've got Halifax. Lane 2, Charlotte Youth. Lane 3, we've got Oars. Lane 4, we've got Pinecrest. In lane 5, Triangle. And lane 6, Atomic.
And
Now
I
this
definitely,
boat, still same amount of oars, but you get to share the burden, which I much more enjoy. You get to have a little bit more chatter. You're pulling for your teammate here. And it's definitely about gelling together as a crew. A little bit smaller dynamic, but you're still in the pain cave with a friend.
and to be honest, the pair is definitely my least liked boat because of, I don't know, I just did terrible in it. And it's just like one of those, it's just, the boat is a weird feeling. I don't know.
It's hard. See, I think I liked that challenge. Um, it is really difficult being a sweep boat versus a sculling boat. Each person has ownership of their side. So you've got one boat or one athlete with their oar out to starboard, one athlete with their oar out to port. And you've got to keep that boat level, even though you're both kind of leveraging your force out to one side. So you've got to put in a lot of practice with this teammate. You can't just hop in a pair and expect it to go well. So definitely probably paying off for these 2 boats that we see on screen out in front, moving together pretty well. And I spent a lot of time in the pair, and I wasn't always the fastest at it. Sometimes I'd had my day, I had my good days. But I think I enjoyed just being able to share the work with somebody else, and I always improved rowing with people in pairs.
And that's for sure. And I mean, in terms of team boats, I think this is like the elite team boat because you can hide in an 8, you can hide in a 4, kind of, but in a pair, it's like if you aren't in sync with your teammate, if you aren't following the person that's in front of you, if you guys aren't together, that boat will make sure you know that, and it will not
Uh,
be set. You won't be able to move the boat.
100%. You're either going to have one rigger in the water the whole time, or you're going to be rowing yourself in a circle if there's a power difference, um, or some misadventure. But so far, all of these crews that we're seeing are rowing straight down their lane, which is no easy feat. I'm quite impressed to see good steering between the buoys here for a youth event. That's great. And in real talk, I remember rowing at a US rowing event in a pair during some summer racing. And while my boat did cross the finish line first, I did not finish in the correct lane I started in. So, little fact about misadventure: as long as you're not messing with other people's results, you don't necessarily have to finish
That
in
is
the lane you
very
started in.
impressive. Very, very
Yeah,
impressive.
there's a learning curve for everyone. But
See, I think that
these athletes are definitely much better at their steering than I was in that race. Everyone's flying straight between these buoys.
yeah, see, and I think that was my problem. Like when you talked about how these athletes spend so much time together and practicing and practicing and practicing, getting like thousands and thousands of meters in. Yeah, I like hopped in a pair with never being in a pair with somebody I never rode behind. And so I think that's probably why my experience was the way it was.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I mean, it's it's not easy. It's definitely all about time spent and also how do you work together? How do you communicate together? And so I feel like this boat that we're watching who's out in front, I think I'm gonna guess that either the stroke seat or the bow seat made a little call there. They definitely bumped up their rate, and they are sprinting through these next set of buoys here. Even though they're
Yes,
out ahead, they are not letting anybody take their time away. I'm thinking they're pretty excited to qualify for nationals. They want to see what kind of time they can throw down.
and this will be T. Murphy and I. Ballard that finishes first from Oars. And if I'm not mistaken, Oars operates out of Oakland, California, and they have a very beautiful, beautiful practice course. So I'm a little jealous about that in the estuary.
That's beautiful. And then we've got second place with Triangle and Pinecrest taking third place, and Charlotte Youth taking fourth. Halifax in fifth. And that would leave Atomic in that sixth place position. Great racing, though. Honestly, a pretty tight field, especially for youth pairs in that first four spots. And then again, I'm just happy to see so many people rowing and racing in these small boat classes. I think that's probably a huge advantage for the Southeast region, to have such great water year round, to be able to be super competitive in these events. So it'll be interesting for those who qualify to go on to nationals, how they stack up against some of these other teams who may not have as much experience as these folks.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's really going to be exciting as I'm watching all of these events, and I'm really excited to see how each of these regional championships, how they match up when the time comes and they race each other in Sarasota. So it's almost like a regional pride. Like once you get out of this part of the qualifications in order to get to nationals.
Agreed. 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 So our next race, same boat class, but women's youth pair final. We have in lane one, SA, lane two, Triangle, lane three, Palm River Training Center, lane four, Miami Beach, lane five, Charlotte Youth, lane six, SA, and in lane seven, Vero Beach. So kind of curious because this is one of our few events that we've got seven in. I'm not sure what the story is there, but probably is a story. Uh, most of our other finals are six, so if we are able to find out some of these things, we'll let you know. Maybe it's something that didn't have a semi, and it went straight from time trial to semis.
And I'm definitely seeing Triangle has been in almost what every event thus far.
So
Shows a
far,
lot
yeah,
of pretty good coaching, I would say,
yeah, in
and
these
pretty good
small boats.
athletes.
Yeah, and it looks like this women's repair is about just about 4 minutes in, so they should be crossing over this 1,000 meter, and you can see across the field here. Looks pretty tight again from lane one over to lane five here. Looks like really good water today. Not
Yeah, I was gonna
totally
say,
glassy, but I think it must not be very much wind, and that's a huge boon for all of the small boat classes. Definitely no fun to be racing singles and pairs in a raging headwind or crosswind. This is ideal racing conditions for these athletes.
hey Grace, have you ever rode on this body of water? It honestly looks like a really nice view.
I haven't, but I was visiting Atlanta just last week and did a little hike around or a part of Lake Lanier, and I I was walking by, didn't know exactly where I was at the time. I was like, "Wow, this looks like a great place to row." And then saw a sign, Lake Lanier, knew I was going to be here announcing for this, and was like, "Yep, I can see it. Great flat water, lots of width here to host these seven lanes." I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this, Maurice, but it was also the site of the 1996 Olympic Games.
That I didn't know. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we had in the 1996 games, rowing and canoe kayak were here on this course. Now, I don't know if the course is oriented any differently than it was during the Olympics, but a lot of the infrastructure um, for this race course was likely um, improved because this was a site for the Olympics.
Now, now this for the way this is set up? Oh, and we have another event that just started, the men's youth double final. So it looks like they are making these events just go 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 go. Um,
Yeah, and great shot
and
here from over top. It's
oh,
really neat to
sure,
be able to see how that works.
yeah, no, this is cool. I like the blue bows, really cool.
Oh, I know. I saw that, for those other races. I mean, it's always kind of nice to have a little bit of a flashy color. Might be a
Yes,
little bit of free speed. I don't know.
yeah, it might be. I mean, you got to look good, feel good, and when you feel
Right?
good, I feel like you.
Right. Looks like we are following the last bit of the women's youth pair final. And this is a much tighter field coming into the last red buoys here. And it is hard in a pair uh, to keep the wheels on the track and keeping your technique while you're totally exhausted. I mean, I'm just imagining their lungs and their legs are screaming, but they're not giving up because they've got somebody else they owe it to just leave it all out there.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's first three that can qualify for nationals, correct?
I believe it is the first three. I was going through the entry packet to double check if it also could be top four. But I'll be working on that in the background just to double check that information. But this is one of the youth qualification events here. So, this event that we're watching, these athletes are fighting for a spot to get into the youth national championships in Sarasota.
And it looks like we will have Miami Beach finishing first, followed by Palm River Training Center. And then a triangle in third.
Wow, and I just want to say that those are some speedy times from youths. I don't have the GMS or what we call gold medal standard times ahead of us, but I know for myself, I have I have raced in pairs and have pulled roughly, times not too much faster than that. So I think our race conditions are speedy here today.
Yeah, see, I mean, coming from a national team member here, I think that's kudos to those pairs that just came on down the line.
I mean, lots of time spent in pairs. And something that we always compared was what we called this gold medal standard. So, what time would win a gold medal at the most recent championships? So, something these athletes are looking for, their coaches are looking for, um, is who and what times were pulled at last year's national championships and how do they stack up in these regional events? So, great opportunity to take advantage of some great water and probably a good tailwind here just to see what kind of times, how low can we go with that time, just to sort of put our names out there as competitors for the national championships.
For sure. And it looks like we have the youth double. I am it's pretty hard to tell which lane this is, but what I can say about this double, and which is one of my favorite boat classes, is that they are moving in tandem, and I'm truly not surprised that they have a commanding lead right now. I mean, that body swing is synced up, that catch timing is synced up. I mean, you can tell they've put in a lot of time and meters in this boat because I mean, this is as good as you can get in terms of timing, and especially in a men's youth double category. I mean, to see them rowing together like this is very, very, very impressive.
Yeah, I'm thinking their blades look really well together. Nice clean finishes, not a lot of splash coming off those blades.
So yeah, this looks like to be lane 4 here that has that commanding lead.
And I was double checking the rules here, and I knew it was for sure like you thought the top three, but I'm reading through this entry packet, and the top four actually get a bid from the Southeast Youth Championships for the US Rowing Youth National Championships. So those are just in the qualifying events, which are the events, I believe, number 1 through 39, that are qualifiers that would give these athletes an opportunity to race on the national scene later in Sarasota.
Sweet. Yep. That's great. That is really, really great. I know Sarasota is a very beautiful course, so that'll be a very beautiful trip for those athletes that earn their spot. And lane 4 will be Miami Beach, who also normally has a very, very strong showing um, here at the regional championships. And they also have a very beautiful course that they train on. I tried to escape the winter time in here in DC to go down there for a little bit, and it was a really nice and tranquil place that they row out of, and so I'm a little jealous of them.
Yeah. And for this region, they don't have a lot of travel that they have to go to. It's still a little bit of a trip for those who are maybe over in Alabama and Georgia. But we do even have some crews here from Sarasota. But it does look like we've got our first place winner from Miami Beach. Ooh, good racing there
That
for
was
that top
close.
four.
Ooh, that was very close.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what those margins were. So Sora
That
edged out ahead, 7:08.9
You think that would have been a photo finish for?
for third, maybe.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's definitely a photo. Very, very close to a photo finish, if you ask me. That's very
yeah.
margin.
Yes. 0.3 of a second. Not far. Not far off at all.
I know exactly what that feels like. That last. Oh my goodness, I'm having
Yeah.
flashbacks.
Especially when you don't know? So these are unofficial times. It's so tough when you cross that finish line if you spent everything and you don't know whose bow ball edged out in front.
But
So it looks
nonetheless,
like we are following the women's youth double final, um, about just over 500 meters in. And in lane 1, we have First Coast, lane 2, Row House, lane 3, Ransom Everglades, lane 4, the Bulls School, lane 5, Sarasota, and 6, Vero Beach.
and again, it's very, very strong showing. Vero Beach. I remember after announcing for the youth summer, um, the youth summer championships, and Vero Beach was one of those clubs that were in almost every other final, and so obviously very, very strong showing from Florida.
Ooh, I was just looking up the weather there, over there in Gainesville, and it looks like it is a it's only about 70 degrees now, but later in the day it will get to just under 90 degrees, but the wind will stay relatively calm the entire day. So we've got some great weather here at the Southeast Youth Champs in Georgia. Uh, Good cool weather now for the small boats. Probably heat up a little bit as we get to these speedier big boats. But all in all, great weather. Not just a little bit of cloud cover, just to kind of take the edge off the sun. Um, but no storm clouds in the forecast, which is great, so that we can make sure that all of these events get their scheduled races.
Mother Nature has blessed us today.
Yes, yes, she has.
And it looks like we're going to be closing in on the last quarter of this race here, or last half. I'll go with last half. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle here, but based off of the time, probably have about, let's say, 2 to 3 minutes left of this race.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And it's great that this course is, it looks like it's just straight cut right through the middle of the lake. You've got no bridges, you've got no, it doesn't look like there's any areas too open for wind to maybe brush across the field of athletes in an unfair way. So it's pretty even opportunities here across the different lanes. So it is interesting for me to see such tight racing in the middle of the pack for each one of these races so far. And we've got a couple edging out from lanes 2 and 3, and in some races, I wanna see who kind of rises out of lanes 5 through 7, uh, give us a little clue into maybe some of the currents or things happening on the water that we can't see from the wind and the temp and the features of this lake.
But again, yeah, as you said, Ed, just telling by the water on the screen, it looks pretty calm and not very shifty.
Ooh, love this shot of the start here of the men's youth four with. Is that what we're at? Yeah. I love this moment of the race. Getting locked into the starting blocks is one of my favorites in rowing.
So you got to
It's
tell me,
truly
'cause
it's
you, I
truly the moment where anything is possible. You've already put in your work, you've already put in your time with your teammates, you've gone through selection, and as they line up between now and when those either the light system or the flag that the referee calls the race off with, between now and when that moment happens, anything is possible in the race. And then once you take the first road, that first stroke, then that's one stroke less of possibility. So this is, I know a lot of people get really nervous at the start, and I think I tried to mentally pivot that energy into I'm just really invested with how this pans out. And so, and they're off. What a great shot to be able to see how you line up against your competitors. And they are flying. These are some high strokes here in the four width. And over there in lane 1, we've got Baylor, lane 2, University School, lane 3, Asheville Youth, lane 4, Miami, lane 5, TriStar, and lane 6, Oars.
and yeah, as you can see, it looks like lane 4 has a bucket rig boat where you can see the two middle seats are on the same side, and then the two outside pairs are on the same side, and so
Oh, yeah. And in lane 2 as well.
So it's all
Port
about the
rigged,
technique. It's all about the
port rigged buckets.
what works best for the crew, and that's why rowing is the premier ultimate team sport, in my humblest opinion.
Yeah, and it almost seems like this sort of rig wouldn't work. You've got to have ultimately all you really need is to have equal oars either side of the boat. Um, and there are some physics and science behind the fact why you couldn't have, say, from stern to bow, port, port, starboard, starboard. That would, depending on the strength of your athletes, break the boat in half. But you can do it throughout the middle of the boat. And sometimes it's done to disperse power, sometimes it's a technique thing. So it's really cool to see coaches play around with the rig based on the strength and aptitude of their athletes. But I think you're right. This lane four crew, Miami, having a little bit of a lead, but there's still overlap for these first 5 lanes I think we're looking at.
Yeah, and there nobody has open water right now as we're looking with these lanes across. Everybody is connected to somebody, and so this is, as you talked about the whole mental toughness. I mean, this is the first 2 minutes 30 seconds of the race, but this really sets the foundation for the rest of the race, and you got to be able to respond to these crews. I mean, you can't keep doing power tens from start to finish because that'll be a lot. But just to be able to strategize what's happening, and that's the importance of the coxswain. I mean, they have to be able to read the field. They got to be able to read other crews, read when crews are slowing down or complacent, or read when crews aren't able to take it up. I mean, it's almost like a shark in the water, and you smell that blood. I mean, you got to know when to go or when to maintain, and when to call maybe even a technical 10 to get your crew back in the game. And so this race will be very, very interesting.
Yeah, you're completely right. This is the first event we've seen today where we've got coxswains calling some of the shots. So the benefit of that is the athletes, the rowers in these boats just get to pull. Push, I should say. Pushing is more effective than pulling and rowing. But um, you get to trust that voice that you hear. So each one of these coxswains, most of these all in bow loaded fours, these rowers are hearing them through a speaker system, and that coxswain's calling the race plan. Unlike these other boats where you've maybe kind of delegated that task to your teammate in the case of these doubles and pairs, or it's quietly screaming in your mind if you're in the single. You've got the coxswain in the four to lead that mental charge, like you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we have, again, a very beautiful shot of Lake Lanier here, and with the sun just glistening. To be honest, like it's fun to be on this side of things, to just look at the beauty of, just the beauty of rowing. But like when you're in a boat, I mean, I feel like it's just straight chaos.
Oh yeah, it looks so peaceful and just very um, zen from this perspective. And I love like the beauty and the geometry that you get to see, especially with these drone shots, of just the puddles leaving the shell, the run and wake of these boats. Um, you know, it's a really beautiful thing to watch. But you are 100% right. It feels like chaos, war. Uh, I don't know. It feels like you're in the inside of one of those like fortune telling balls, so that you're just like, what is happening? Um, but you do find your flow. So sometimes I think I usually take a moment for myself in the warm up, so to just kind of take in, you know, the flatness of the water, the sounds of the birds and the trees and things like that. I try to let allow that awareness of what we're seeing from the outside. I allow that kind of to come in my warm up to sort of let things not get too hyped up, so that I can then race down and have that complete focus in my lane. And it still looks like it's a tight race for maybe places 2 through 5, maybe even the whole field. That first place boat is out in front still, but all the way from lane 1 through lane 7, or I'm sorry, lane 6, it seemed like there was still contact through the middle of that race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just this one shot. I mean, we're at an angle here, but we have four boats within this angle. So it just goes to show that each of these boats are still pretty close by with each other. Five boats in one shot. That's very, 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 very impressive, and it's going to be a fight to the finish for every single boat here.
Definitely seems like it's gonna be a race to remember for most of these crews. But it does look like this is Miami who is taking the first. Ooh,
Ooh,
ooh.
did they just get walked on?
I
That
don't
was
know.
really close. They might have got walked on.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, so we've got TriStar just ahead of that 3rd place. Had to have been close, really only 2 seats.
Very close.
Asheville
Less than
Youth.
a second. Less than a second.
Wow. And then rounded out by University School, Baylor, and then Oars. Great job across all crews in this final. Great steering on the part of the coxswains. Great mental fortitude and trying to really test themselves through a very tough race. Really only 12 seconds difference between first and sixth,
Now,
which
Grace, I
when
have a
you think about the whole spread is really only about from bow ball first place to the bow ball of the sixth place crew, about 2 boats. So that is a close race and very competitive field in that men's youth four.
see, and I have a fun fact for you that I just remembered. You ready for it?
I'm ready.
So there was a study done, and don't quote me on who did the study, but I read it multiple times. I think World Rowing did something on it. But for every about 2,000 meters, pretty much a sprint, that is equivalent in terms of physical and mental strain, equivalent to playing two full NBA basketball games.
I do not doubt that. I do not doubt that. As someone who was terrible at basketball, even though I'm tall, um, I could not. I was like, I was terrible. So rowing was definitely more my jam. It's so interesting. Um, Rowing is an incredibly tough sport. A lot of your training happens in an easier kind of like steady state mode, and then you're always trying to touch both like the race pace stuff and then the uncomfortable like middle ground, your aerobic threshold. You're trying to get your body trained to process lactate or lactic acid so that when you get into these race situations, your body knows what to do because it feels like an all out sprint, but you got to dial it back just a little bit to only 98%, 99%. And that's what we're seeing happening here. And another fun fact, since we're watching the start, I think most of the speed to get the boat from a standstill through to these high strokes, you're using your pure adrenaline and anaerobic power in those first 20 seconds, and then it's spent. Most of these races are won by these crews who spend a lot of time training their aerobic base, and but it doesn't feel like it. It just feels like it. Racing is one of the most uncomfortable things, but also one of the best feelings. You feel like your body's screaming, but you are pushing your body to the limits to get that bow ball out in front.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and I'm sure you have hundreds of races under your belt from the lowest to the highest levels, and so I mean, everybody that's listening today, anything that comes out of Grace's mouth is absolutely facts.
Well, that's very generous. But I'm still I think I'm still at a point where I'm watching um I've still raced more than I've watched races, so I'm still thinking of it and filtering what I'm seeing through an experience of having sat in these boats. And it looks like we've got a great race unfolding in the women's youth four. And so over in lane 1, we have Nashville. Lane 2, we have oars. Lane 3, we've got Baylor. Lane 4, SA. Lane 5, Gainesville area. And lane 6, Sarasota.
And again, I mean, we're seeing a very, very strong showing. Oars now, it seems to be uh, getting in a lot of these finals as well. And so you pretty much see, where the powerhouse programs, at least in this region here, where they're coming from.
Definitely. And this is an exciting category. So, women's four widths, we're watching youth events now. So, those athletes who are still in high school, but just about now, depending on different collegiate conferences that are happening this weekend, women's fours are also a big collegiate event. As in my history and how I got into rowing, I was a walk on and rowed at University of Wisconsin. And Big Tens was our big conference regional championship. And so that is happening today. I think also maybe the ACCs and potentially the Pac-12s are happening. And the women's four, the Cox four, is definitely on that slate of racing for the college scene. And they are doing the same thing. They're racing in their region and in their conferences to qualify for the national championships, the NCAA. So potentially out of this field, we're looking at some future collegiate athletes.
For sure. Yeah, it's a big championship weekend. That Vales as well. I know ACCs were yesterday, and University of Virginia took that. And I know Pac-12s are today. So
Nice.
major races this weekend. I think Drexel walked away with with a big finish in their 1V for the men's 8. And so they're staying up on top in Davils. And yeah, this is just a huge, huge, huge championship weekend for everybody between high school and college.
And I know too, we're watching here USRowing Southeast Youths, and there's also Mid-Atlantic Youths happening up in Mercer. So we've got rowing, lots of strokes being taken across the country today.
Yeah, and yeah, that Mid Atlantics was my region. And such a fun time, but sad time because remember how we talked about those small margins and we
Mm-hmm.
missed out of nationals by a place. It was only our second year rowing, and
Oh,
it was just so close. And like we hit a buoy, I think the last 300 meters of the race, and it was in a four, Cox four, and
yeah.
so sad
Oh,
because we had so much promise.
yeah. And that happens sometimes. I mean, and so even though we're watching everybody's final and everyone's vying for those top four finishes in this regatta, I mean, I think sometimes it's worth the perspective of standing back and knowing that a lot of your journey isn't always about the wins and the losses, that it's the time spent with your teammates and the lessons learned personally. And like we're all here. We're all still showing up to these regattas because we're completely hooked. We're never getting away. We love it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, when we lost, we definitely cried, and then I was like, "Man, this sucks." And then years later, I'm like, "All right, let's go again."
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a real characteristic of rowers is being comfortable with being uncomfortable. Racing is not comfortable. Losing is not comfortable. Not knowing how the race is going to be, how it's going to unfold when you're at that starting line is uncomfortable. But we keep coming back. And I think that is a cool lesson that you get to learn through sport, and definitely serves people throughout life to just keep pushing, keep learning, bring people with you. And definitely why I keep coming back to rowing, whether I'm in a boat or I'm doing things like this, coaching. It's just a great practice, um, of that lesson in being comfortable with being uncomfortable.
And you heard it here first from the Grace Lats.
Ah, great shot here coming into the last 250 of the Southeast Youth Champs here in Georgia. Looks like that lane 4 been a speedy one the last couple of races, maybe they have a priority lane there, or that at least between lanes 3 and 4, they were maybe 1 and 2, or sorry, 1 and 1, and coming out of their semis. So we've got Baylor and SA in lane 4, Baylor in lane 3, and we can see Oars and Nashville, I believe, on screen now, but I wouldn't count out whatever action's happening in lanes 5 and 6.
Yeah, this seems to be like a pretty spread out race here. Um, and I mean that can be many factors, but what I will say, the factor is that boat in first is obviously the one that's rowing a bit better than the rest of the boats here. But what I am happy about is that each of these crews are still pushing, and that second place boat right now is not going to let that first place boat get away that easily.
Mm-mm. No, great rowing there in those last couple of strokes. But that is SA. Interesting. Yeah, SA with time of 7:09, Baylor 7:14. Who will round out the next two spots with bids to the national championships? That is Oars and
Followed by
Gainesville area. Ooh, and we are now on to quads. I love quads.
same.
Same. I love them. I love that they're just a hair slower than an 8, but they feel so much lighter because you got less than half the people in it. There's a lot happening, each athlete with 2 oars to control. I believe that these are uh, just the 4 athletes. These are not Cox quads. So there's a lot happening in these lineups between steering and calling the race. All the roles of a coxswain is distributed among the 4 athletes who are also taxing themselves with trying to race. So we've got an early lead there with, would you say that's lane 4?
That would be lane 4, Miami.
Good
Very
showing
commanding
here from
lead.
Miami.
Miami is obviously where it's at.
And in lane 1, we've got Manatee County Youth. Lane 2, Miami Beach. 3, Vero Beach. And that lane 4, Miami. Lane 5, Charlotte Youth. And lane 6, Sarasota.
So again, I mean, over what half these crews right now are from Florida. So obviously the weather it's their advantage, I will say.
Yeah, yeah. That or something with the flamingos or the gators or something. I don't know. Rowing from the gators makes it fast. But I
True.
think, I think, yeah, this crew's doing a great job. They're able to maintain a high rate with good blade work together.
That is a huge lead right now.
Yeah. But second place, I mean, everyone still has contact from in the 2 lanes either side of Miami.
Right. And as we
So
said
that
before, the first 4 spots get a spot at nationals, which is the big dance. And so everybody wants to finish first at nationals. And so you got to get there. And it looks like there will be fighting for those spots for the men's youth quad.
yeah, definitely one step at a time, and this is one of those steps, and I would it's my opinion, I think that this is a really strong region when it comes to these smaller boats and these technical boats like the quad. A lot of these athletes probably spend time in singles and doubles to even make it into the combinations and lineups we're looking at right now. So this is a probably pretty competitive region when it comes to this. So um, looking at this angle, yep, lane 4 is definitely ahead. Maybe lane 2 next. Lane 3, not too far ahead from 5 and 6.
See, and then I love the quad just because, like you said, I mean it's so fast, it's so quick, and I mean, it's rowed a little bit differently than a single in terms of the layback. I know training
Hmm.
between training in a single and training in a quad, my coach would always yell at me for rowing a quad like a single, and you really have to almost cut that layback a little bit, especially trying to get that speed because it's such a quick boat, and so you don't want to spend too much time, especially at the end of that, at the end of the stroke in the water, because you need to be keeping up that speed because it's such a big boat.
Oh yeah. I love no layback in a boat, and this is the perfect boat for that. Oh, yeah, because I mean, you gotta make space for your hands. So it does look like lane 4, Miami, taking taking this one away, the 6:31, lanes 2, 3, and 5. Oh, very close race there for that 4th place spot. So race taken away by Miami, 2nd place, Miami Beach, 3rd place, Vero Beach, and the 4th place bid for the Youth Nats Championship would be Charlotte Youth. Sarasota nearly missing out. But onto the women's youth quad final. We have over in lane 1, Row, Georgia. We've got in lane 2, North Palm Beach. Lane 3, Atomic. Lane 4, Sarasota. Lane 5, Space Coast. Lane 6, Girls Prep. Lane 7, Miami Beach.
And in this race, it looks like we have some awesome boats here. We got a blue boat, yellow boat, white boat. It's
Got the
lovely.
rainbow here. No definite early leader, but it does look like maybe that lane 3's got a couple of feet over the blue boat over in lane 5. But I mean, lanes 2, 4, and 6 probably bow balls across.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like I said, this is a boat of power, and so the first 250 to 300 meters are going to be very fast and very small margins in terms of who can spread out in that first 250. It's very hard to spread out, especially in these bigger boats, just because everybody is
Definitely.
going at that same speed and stroke, or very similar speeds and strokes per minute, at least for that first half. But then once you
Right.
drop down to that settle, that's when we can tell who can hold their speed the longest, and that's where it's made up. And I'm sure you would say that that middle thousand is the doozy.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a doozy. Uh, I mean, that's where all your training pays off. Definitely the middle thousand, that third 500, that's where your training comes into play. But also, the quad is still a very technical boat. I mean, definitely a lot of power to get it started from that dead stop, getting it up to speed as quickly and as efficiently as possible against your competitors. But then each athlete's got 2 oars to deal with, and they are flying. Generally, the rate is a little bit higher in a quad than it would be in the single and the double. So your hands are just flying in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And maybe, I mean, a lot of these boats probably have steering, potentially controlled either by the bow seat or the stroke seat of the boat. Maybe not a lot of power steering happening, but you're making constant adjustments depending on your seat. I rode a lot either in stroke or in bow, and even though you're all trying to move together in your combination, you're also making just little adjustments to level out what's happening in front of you, or to lead, if you're in stroke seat, with what's happening behind you. Trying to remember whatever your technical focus was that you all agreed upon. Um, and you're trying to navigate all of this while not having someone telling you what to do. So they've got somebody in that boat is articulating the race plan or maybe adapting it, which is probably going to have to happen here in the women's youth quad because the race is tight. So someone in that boat, whoever's in charge of the race plan, is maybe going to have to call some extra power tens or maybe an earlier sprint because the middle of the pack looks very close.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's so much responsibility that comes out of that bow seat. I mean, I've definitely bowed. I've bowed a couple quads before, and it's a lot of pressure. I mean, you're rowing full speed. You are watching the course. You're looking back. You're looking at where these other crews are. I mean, there's so much responsibility in that bow seat, and sometimes that is also delegated to the two seat as well, depending upon the crew and depending upon the capability of the athlete. But again, bow seat is definitely the pressure is on them because they still have to perform and still have to row as if they're in that one or as if they're in that 4-3 or 2 seat, but also has to keep that boat on course and a very fast boat at that.
Right. And a lot of little backsplash depending on the technical abilities of those in front of you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But there probably isn't too much of that today. Again, we can kind of see the sun shimmer there on the water. It doesn't look too choppy. Doesn't look half bad out there.
No, absolutely not. I mean, again, I'm a little jealous right now.
Yeah. It does look like we got a challenge for the first place coming out of this. A little move here over in lane four, challenge in lane three. I think that's what's going on, or maybe it's four and three. But oh, that's what I love about quads too. While you definitely you don't want to get dropped, you have a little bit more margin to play with. Like you said, that the boat speeds are a little bit closer together given how much bigger and faster they are. And so you can make really effective moves and edge into another crew or push away from another crew. Those gears can change really quickly. So I think we were seeing a little bit of that in those top two boats, kind of jockeying and playing around there with maybe some moves.
Yeah, I mean, when it was on the screen, I mean, you can see that other crew was walking on, but that first place crew responded, and so let's be curious if that boat that made that move, if they're still able to hold on to that speed, or did they empty the tank before they got to the finish line? I'm really excited to see the end of this race here for first place for sure.
Yeah, me too. I think we might get maybe down to the line, maybe another little photo finish. Let's see it as we look across these big orange buoys.
So, it looks like we beat the boats to the finish line before they got here.
So far, yes. Yeah.
Ooh, very, very tight.
Ooh,
Wow.
yeah.
Ooh,
Ooh.
I knew that was going to be tight.
I know, and then that crew that was closer to us, I think they may have made a really good effective change somewhere in that last 600, maybe last 500. Looked like they were picking up into a new gear, and they just kept going with it. So clearly, Sarasota was able to charge the last third of a race, which is hard to do, just beating out Atomic, but those boats still getting a bid to the Youth National Championships, followed by Space Coast and North Palm Beach. Yeah,
Yeah,
looking back,
that
it's
was
a
some nice
0.3
racing.
of a second difference.
That was amazing racing right there.
That was good. Ooh, and now we have the straight four. So that's four athletes with no coxswain, but with the last boat we saw being sculling, this being sweep. We see a couple of buckets here again in the men's youth straight four. And this one is hard as well. Great shot over top. You can see a little bit of steering, kind of straighten things out over there between lanes 2 and 3. These athletes don't have a coxswain, so the steering is either up to bow seat or stroke seat. Having raced this event, it's another one of my favorite boat classes. Similar to the quad, you've got to delegate the tasks of a coxswain over the athletes. But the straight four is always very difficult coming out of the starting blocks, exactly for this steering reason. Um, you've got a lot more room for error, I should say, coming into the starting blocks and just trying to get up to speed. So great job on all of these crews, whoever has steering. We've got no misadventure. Everyone is flying straight between the buoys.
Yeah, and again, I mean, responsibility, falls on the crew because there is no coxswain, and so they have to be able to communicate with each other, or they have, and it doesn't have to be a verbal communication, but understand like, hey, this is where our point should be, and let's maintain that point going on down the course.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so in this men's youth four, we've got over in lane 1, Vero Beach, lane 2, SA, lane 3, Miami, lane 4, Oars, lane 5, TriStar, lane 6, Pinecrest, and lane 7, Charlotte Youth. And also top 4 winning this Southeast Youth Champs would qualify a spot for the Youth National Championships later in Sarasota.
We may have some technical difficulties right now, but it's a really nice background right now here on the
Oh
screen.
yeah,
Nice waters
yeah,
of Lake Lanier.
yeah. And it looks like, I mean, I was watching yesterday too. The launch area must be pretty close to the finish line. We get to see how some of the athletes decide to warm up their different drills and the different things they choose to do to come together before they lock into those starting blocks.
And now we have a really, really nice aerial shot of the men's youth straight four final here.
And I love these perspectives. And for people who are maybe tuning in who aren't as familiar with rowing or haven't seen it in person before, the white boats behind are chase launches, and those are driven by usually a local organizing committee, but usually have the referees in them. And the referees are making sure, especially in this boat class where there's no coxswain, making sure that the athletes and the boats are staying within their lane lines and not having their blades cross over a buoy line and maybe creating some dirty water for the boats either side of them to have to row through. So those referees do help keep our regattas running efficiently and fairly. So that is what the two launches behind them are doing. And just a little shout out for the referee corps. They do get some of the best views of the race when it's happening in real time. So if you're interested in becoming a US rowing referee, just check out US Rowing's website. They've got a little tab there, becoming a referee. It's definitely a great way to connect with the sport. You get great views, just like we're seeing here. You get right up in there. You can either follow the race, you can be in the starting blocks, you can help with weigh-ins or the receiving dock, and being on fairness committees. And if there is some sort of misadventure or event that happened in the unfolding of a race, getting to help implement the rules in a way that's fair to all of these athletes. So definitely a shout out and a little plug for our US Rowing Referee Corps.
Oh yeah, for sure. They definitely keep us safe. even though they yell at us all the time, it's such a great time
It's
going from the
it's
start
out
to the
of
finish.
love, you know, it's out of love for the sport, and without them, you know, who else are we gonna have organizing the things that can happen? You know, it looks like these athletes are just rowing from point A to point B, but, you know, things happen, things pop up, and they help make sure that these athletes get fair shots, um, for, you know, making sure that the top 4 is the top 4, that everyone had a fair race, that the weather is cooperating with making sure that they can have the performances they're looking for. And oftentimes, I think when we don't notice the referees, they're doing a great job. You know, they keep things running, they keep the gears going without us even having to pay attention to it. So, um, thank you to all of them for making our sport fair and fun.
One day that'll be me.
Yeah, and sometimes you get to wear like a really cool blazer if you want. Like you get
Bucket
matching
hat.
hats. Yeah,
I want the bucket hat. Like I
yeah, get a
just feel
bucket
like I
hat.
would look great.
Yeah. I know there's one referee out there who's always wearing a little bow tie, little referee corps bow tie. I mean, you get to have a little personality there too.
Yeah, I will say the some a lot of the referees are definitely also the best dressed at these regattas. So yeah, I have to give a shout out to them for that as well.
Definitely.
But what a
Ooh,
nice finish and close finish here. And it
yeah.
looks like
Neck and
for
neck.
the men's youth straight forward oars will come across that line, followed by Miami, and close
Ooh, I
behind Miami will be.
think it was maybe between Vero Beach and SA or TriStar and Pinecrest. It had to have been a photo finish, and that's why we're not seeing it pop up on screen just yet.
Exactly.
I love a good photo finish.
Whoa,
Oh,
my gosh.
ooh, down to the
Oof,
thousandth.
oof. That was absolutely a photo finish.
Definitely. But both of those crews with the competitive race getting a bid to go to the national championship. So they will see each other again if they choose to take on that bid and see each other in Sarasota. And I'm pretty sure neither of them are going to forget it. So we've got Oars, Miami, SA, and TriStar with bids to go to Sarasota, wrapped up by Pinecrest and Charlotte Youth in that men's youth straight four. Women's straight four here lining up. Again, great shot across with lining up the bow balls. Again, a referee job, making sure that all the bow balls are starting precisely in the same spot and they communicate to make sure that everyone's got a fair start. So, similar to our last event, I think steering is the hardest in this boat in the first 200 meters. And so far, so good. Maybe a little bit of steering, getting straightened out there over in lane 6. They've found their way now. They started out kind of going a little bit to port, but they look to be flying between the buoys evenly now. But everyone still has contact.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to see. Especially, I really like when the boats are pretty much different colors because they it can really help you differentiate which boat and how fast a boat is moving in comparison to other boats. I mean, it just makes it that much easier. And this is definitely like the last one, very close to a rainbow as we have white, blue, orange boats here, and very distinctive coming down the line.
And again with the buckets. Now, see,
It's
if I
bucket
was rowing
season.
in a it's bucket season. If I was rowing in a bucket, I would wear a bucket hat. But I gotta make sure to have like the chin strap though, you know? Racing in a bucket hat's hard.
Yeah, right. I don't know if I would do that. I would do it because I would feel like just my luck, the bucket will like go in front of my eyes and I'll be like rowing without being able to see. And I don't think that's really good in this sport here.
Probably a little bit of a gamble. Definitely not for Bousy, who has to go and look around. Little bit close there. So the three boats we're looking at, I'm just looking at the blades, the distance of the blades between the orange boat and the white boat in the middle, that they were getting a little bit close there. They're both kind of riding close to that buoy line. So keeping an eye on that to make sure that that doesn't interfere with how the race unfolds, but everyone has contact. The white boat a little bit out ahead, blue boat making a bit of a charge and a walk, and that orange boat kind of keeping the same speed as the blue boat, maybe pressing ahead.
Exactly. And for this one, I'm not sure if we stated which boats is which, but lane
Oh,
one.
not yet.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, because we were so in tune with the race and how well this is going. We were just distracted. But let's introduce these crews. In lane
Let's
one,
do
we
it.
have Atlanta Junior. Lane two, we have Row Georgia. Lane three, Miami Beach. Lane four, First Coast. Lane five, Charlotte Youth. Lane six, Oars. And lane seven, Miami.
And it does look like that orange crew took a big move, big chunk out of the competition there just through telling who is in what lanes. I would say they made a 4-seat move just then.
And I absolutely just realized that this Oars isn't the same Oars that's in California. And I also got to realize that this is definitely a regional. So that was like a
Oh
very
yeah.
dumb thing to say. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, something's not right adding up here.
I had to double check. I was like, "Wait a minute." But yeah, no, this is the ores out of the Southeast region. It looks like so the the ores boat being in lane 6 just off screen there, but lane 5, the Charlotte Youth are the ones in the orange shell who made that good walk through the lanes next to them, First Coast and Miami Beach. Miami Beach having pressed ahead of First Coast. First Coast not giving up though.
It's really cool to see the outside lanes in front because how the seating works. If for those listening that don't know, it's by time out of the well time trials, and then they're seated by their times in the semis or heats, depending upon how many entries there are. But once it comes to the final, typically lanes three and four have the first and second fastest time, and then it just works its way out. And normally the outside lanes is the slower times of the semifinals.
Yeah, and it does depend on the course. So the referees will usually adjust if, say, some weather comes up that changes fairness across the lanes. So you're absolutely right. It looks like coming out of either the time trials or their semis from yesterday, lanes 3 and 4 get the priority if they came in as first or say top two in a time trial, and then emanating out as you get to the outer lanes. But then sometimes, depending on the course, fairness is better with a changing wind. If it's just, you know, first and second place, it's a toss up between lanes 1 and 2. And then for the next two, lanes 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6, and so on. So I've definitely been at races where you're initially assigned a lane and then conditions change during the warm up, and you got to be adaptable to the changing conditions and maybe race down a lane you weren't planning on. But so far, we've been lucky with our weather here, and things are happening as they were. So no change ups from when they launched to their race. It does look like that orange crew out in front, the Charlotte Youth, still having a lead there.
And again, you definitely love to see it. And they're holding on to it, and that very very beautifully going down the stretch here in the last stretch of this race.
Great view there of the finish tower as well. An exciting position again for those referees who get to call the finishes. Ooh, and a little bit of steering happening there in that middle lane. They were kind of veering off to their starboard side. Hopefully it won't affect the finish of this women's Youth 4. But I'd argue that Charlotte Youth, we might see their bow ball come across first. Oh, or maybe not.
Whoa, what happened?
I don't know. Something may have happened. But we've got Miami Beach first. Very interesting changeup. Then we have Charlotte Youth. Got 3 and 4, rounded out by First Coast.
Oh
Then
man, I
Roe,
wanted to see
Georgia.
that.
I know. I think something may have happened there. Because we definitely saw Charlotte Youth in that orange shell with a clear dominant situation. But again, the straight four is a tough boat to steer, especially as you get towards the end of the race. We talked a little bit about starting the race, but as your mental capacities decline, as the your muscles are screaming, and you're in the last 3 minutes of a race, sometimes things can get a little dicey. So we may have seen a little bit of that. But the next race we'll follow will be the men's youth 2v8 final. We do have a scratch in this event, so we will only see 3 crews racing. We'll see over in lane 2 Triangle, lane 3 Atlanta, and lane 4 Sarasota crew. We have a scratch from Sarasota crew B. And I know we were talking a little bit in that last race, in the race before it, about referees. And this is one of those instances that if there was some sort of what we call misadventure, so we're talking about steering, if a crew is interfering with the water of a boat either side of them, or even crosses the buoy line, that's deemed misadventure. And there would have been a warning implemented by a referee in the chase launch who's watching the race unfold, and also the referee in the finish tower, or maybe the referee is positioned in different points across the course, are able to um, sort of be a witness to what may have unfolded. So if there's any sort of protest on behalf of the athletes after the finish line, they will have a little meeting of the minds, and the referees will decide a different shakedown of what should be happening if there's any, you know, if there are any protests. And protests do sometimes happen if an athlete or within the crew decides that maybe something in the race unfolded in an unfair way. They have an opportunity to protest how it happened, but that may happen in this case. It may not happen in this case, since all the crews potentially affected did get the top 4 spots to go to youth nationals.
A lot of times things just happen, and
Yeah.
can't control Mother Nature, can't control the wind. Like, I mean, it just depends upon the race course. And sometimes it is the crew's fault, but sometimes, we'll get a crazy crosswind and you start in lane 3 and end up in lane 1 somehow. Like, I mean, it
Oh,
happens, but
absolutely. Some courses have reeds, and the reeds get stuck in the steering of a boat. And so sometimes in this case, and I don't believe this is the situation for this course, but if, say, reeds are an issue and you cross the finish line, you can take out the reed from the steering. Usually the stroke seat can climb up and catch it and show it to the referee. And that is something that would be a discussion if it affected um, the how the race unfolded, especially for those top 4 spots. But in this men's youth 2v8, does look like we've got our placement pretty early, and those are harder margins to make up in an 8. Again, usually these are with the faster the boat, the smaller the margins to make a move. It does look like we've got Sarasota crew posting a time of 6:28. Atlanta Juniors 6:39, and Triangle rounding out top 3 of this men's youth to the 8. Oh, and eights. Eights are also fun. I know we were impartial to the quads, but these boats, when they are up and running, it feels like you're flying.
For sure. And I'm seeing some familiar names here with Lane One, Team Tampa. It's a community rowing program in Tampa. Very, very beautiful boathouse. Lane Two, Atlanta Juniors. Lane Three, SA. Lane Four, Sarasota. Lane Five, Triangle, and Lane Six, Space Coast. You really do gotta love the eights. I mean, they're just the monsters of the water.
Definitely. And so we have a great shot here of understanding how the coxswains have to command the athletes and work with the stake boat holders to align everybody. And something I used to do in my early days of rowing, depending on what race it was, more in summer rowing than in my in-season rowing for school, but I would always sign up to be a stake boat holder. I did that many times for either the US Rowing Summer Nationals, or even I rowed Canadian Henley a couple times. And I think my favorite event to be a stake boat holder for was the eights.
And like those first couple strokes, I mean, you just hear just the coxswains just screaming, and it's just like oar locks just being like the oars just pivoting inside the oar locks, and I mean it's just so loud at the beginning of these races for the eights for sure.
And they are off. That chaos you were talking about, the flurry of water and blades and coxswains trying to keep their crews together, running through those initial 5, 6 starting sequences into those high strokes. Sometimes I liken it to a swan or a goose or a duck trying to get speed and trying to take off in flight, you know? You think they look so graceful in the water, and then they try to get up to speed, and you're like, "What is happening?" That is what it looks like when you're holding on to the, 8s at a starting block, and then once they get up and running, it's this smooth, graceful thing, but you still feel like you're that awkward duck just trying to get up to speed the entire time. Oh,
Nah,
we've
you're
got some buckets here in these 8s too. So I'm just looking at that white shell here. I believe that could be Sarasota, a bucket between 7 and 6 seat. But in this race, we've got in lane 1, Team Tampa that you talked about. I think we see on screen here Atlanta Juniors, SA Sarasota, and the bow woman of Triangle.
love to see it, that swing together, that backsplash
Hmm.
together, and in and out. It's beautiful. And as we are awaiting the better picture for the race that's going down, special shout out to the sponsors, Filippi. Thank you, Filippi, for our boat supplier for the senior para and U23 U.S. Rowing national teams, along with 776 BC, the performance apparel of U.S. Rowing and the U.S. Rowing national team. Regatta Central, and Here Now, who is helping run all the stats for this race. And everybody knows about Here Now. I mean, it's their timing system is just flawless.
And it looks like here we're just able to get a good shot of the men's youth 8 pulling into the starting blocks. Again, these crazy little octopi and spider boats. 8 oars, it's a long shell. These coxswains between now and when they start have to make sure that their point is set. They might not have too much to worry about with the wind here today to have bow seat or their 2 seat make adjustments. You can see that happening over in lane 6 a little bit, in lane 2 a little bit, passing the oar up to the rower ahead to just make some little adjustments. See that happening over in lane 3 as well. Some little taps sculling it around. So, Maurice, thinking about the starting blocks, what's going through your mind as you're lining up for a race, and you're getting locked in, and you're waiting for the race to start? What is running through your mind?
Honestly, I'm saying my prayers. um, I'm like, please help me get to this finish line without just completely flying and dying. Um, I'm thinking about not missing any water off that first stroke because that's the worst. And you start yourself like behind because if you're missing water, the other boats are grabbing water. I mean, you just gave yourself a disadvantage before the meat of the race starts. So I mean, just being real critical about blade placement, and it's a lot. It's literally like chaos. Like you start to overthink, and I try to bring myself back in and take my deep breaths, but I mean, and that's it's like the comes the importance of training, and you train how you race. And one of my good friends, Marcus Brown, current coach of one of the coaches at University of Washington, he said, think you got to think about these races as just another, a training day, because when you think about it like that, it almost relieves the pressure. But when you're training, I mean, you're training to be the best that you can be. And so just having that idea that this is a race puts a lot of pressure. But when you think about it as a training, just another training shoot down the line, it at least for me, it helps relieve that pressure at the starting blocks.
Definitely. I think something that I picked up on the more I rode was thinking about any piece you're doing at race pace as a piece. So the piece could be in practice, doing, a 2K just on our home course. A piece would be doing a national selection regatta. A piece would be competing at our regional conference. It's the same thing that you're practicing. So these athletes definitely have probably run through these starting block scenarios on their home waters just to try on, like you're saying, that confidence and that togetherness. And they are off. They're getting those jitters out of the way and just going full send. Catching a little bit here at the end of the women's 2v8 final. Maybe a hair of open water of Sarasota over the crew next to them, which I believe was SA.
And very tight racing between third and fourth as well.
Yeah. Definitely competitive there for getting those bids to youth nats.
And for our viewers that's watching, typically in one of the big premier events is the women's and men's youth eight. So you have the 2V, which typically is your second fastest eight within a club, but your 1V, aka the men's and women's youth eights, are typically your fastest boats within your club. And so we're seeing pretty much the best boat that each of these um, each of these teams can put up. And in lane one, we have Team Tampa. Lane two, Triangle. Lane three, Sarasota. Lane four, Bella and Jesuit. Lane five, Atlanta Junior, and lane six, Space Coast.
I think we've got, I'd say, a half boat lead. Bell and Jesuit over the crew next to them, Sarasota. Both of those boats a little, probably just a hair open water over the crews either side of them, Atlanta Juniors and Triangle.
And, this is where strategies comes to play, because this is also a mental game. I mean, for me personally, if I'm racing or doing pieces in a single, um no matter if it typically the middle piece in terms of time, so maybe like a 5 or 6 minute piece. If I'm racing against someone and I'm holding on to someone's bow, I can typically, or sorry, someone's stern, I can typically feel when they're slowing down, and I'll hold on to their bow to kind of get in their head and makes them push a little bit more. And then once they slow down a little bit more, I then overtake. And so it's very similar to these eights here, and the coxswains have to be able to key onto that, especially with these boats that we've seen on our screen right now. I mean, the outside boat is holding on to the middle seat there, 5 and 6. And so is that boat in the league, are they really pushing very, very hard to keep that outside boat off? Is that outside boat just casually rowing down and waiting for that boat to go slower in order for them to make that move? I mean, you don't know until you get towards the end of the race, but you just got to be able to read that, whether you're the coxswain or whether you're in a sculling boat and in that bow seat.
Yeah, definitely a good push or a good counter by that boat in the yellow shell a little bit closer to us, fighting to keep their first place. Looks like they were able to probably in their race plan have a bit of a call to really push ahead. It looks like they've gained another 3, 4 seats off of the crew off to their port side, but there's still contact there.
Yeah, so this will be very interesting to see, especially at the end. Another good friend of mine, John Obrist, he said it best. I mean, you start these races with um figuratively speaking, like a box of matches, and you only have but so many matches you can light. It's just where do you light those matches? Do you light them in the middle and then it kind of burnt out at the end, or do you save a couple matches for the end? Like, I mean, you don't really know how many
I
matches you
like
have. Better be strategic with it.
Yeah, I like that analogy. That's really good. And yeah, and each team, each crew is going to have a little bit of a different dynamic, a little bit of a different group personality. So the coxswains really got to be a steward of those matches. Are you going to evenly take a match per and burn one of those matches per every 250? Are you going to have a bit of a brighter fire there in that middle thousand or third 500? That's something that sometimes they agree upon in before they've launched, maybe the night before, or they've practiced that plan ahead of time. But then they got to make changes, and it looks like maybe that's what they needed to do in this fight for first and second. Coming into the last 250 here, I can tell both of those boats have taken a step up in their rate, and they are cruising. I think that that farther crew is trying to make up that difference and challenge that boat that was a little closer to us for first, and it looks like they are going for it. There's a fight here. Oh, another little gear change there.
Oh, this is an absolute fight.
Oh, it is a fight. You can tell that the rowers maybe had looked very peaceful and long with their rhythm before, but this is the time in the race where sometimes the leg drive shortens up, the distance shortens up because it's all about just having your bow moving forward. It does look like they took that first place, but that second place crew did make up a difference and did continue to push Belen Jesuit. So Belen Jesuit taking it away the time of 6:09, Sarasota 6:12. Third place maybe Atlanta Juniors 6:21. So quick pivot over now to the women's Youth 8 final. Just got underway. Over in lane 1, we have Team Tampa, lane 2, Atlanta Junior, lane 3, SA, lane 4, Sarasota, lane 5, Triangle, and lane 6, Space Coast.
And again, this is the premier boat for the women's event here, and this is the fastest women's boat that each club typically can put together. And so, seeing the best of the best duke it out here will definitely be something special, at least for the region, and to earn that spot in Sarasota.
Great bird's eye view of all this racing unfolding. Looks like maybe we're following Atlanta Juniors and SA potentially. Really good flow in both of these boats. You can kind of tell that from this angle by just watching the heads of each one of these rowers moving together. Nobody's moving out of sync. They're all moving together like a pendulum. A little bit higher rate in the crew to our left. A little bit lower but longer rate happening to the crew on our right. But potentially, I think, still keeping constant speeds. So this one being a little bit more efficient per stroke, but that crew coming up on their port side, trying to make up some ground with a little bit of a higher cadence.
And yes, it's hard to miss the S on the uni. That is definitely Sarasota.
Oh, definitely. That and the pink hats, right?
Yep.
So this is a race unfolding between Sarasota and SA. Definitely race for 1 and 2 and probably a bit of a fight further back in the pack to claim those last 2 spots that would go to youth nationals. But really competitive race between Sarasota and SA, who will definitely, well, as you know, knock on wood, as things are unfolding, we'll probably get those bids for youth nats and have a very competitive time nationally in Sarasota.
And again, I mean, when it comes to these bigger boats, it's almost like a different dynamic and different than you being by yourself. It's like you're pulling for the eight other teammates in the boat That includes the coxswain, and so the pressure is, you don't want to be that one person or feel like you could have gave more, especially with a high stakes race such as this, and even when these first top four crews go to nationals. I mean, you want to give it your all.
Absolutely. It's definitely a hive mind sort of boat class. Everybody's tuned into what their coxswain is saying, and what the coxswain's telling them about what's happening to the left and to the right of them, what's happening ahead or behind them. Um, and the great thing about an eight is you if you can do it, shut off your own mind and just have the coxswain occupy your brain, and you being the brawn if you're the rowers, and just pulling everything you've got and squeezing every single second out of every stroke between now and the red buoys. Yeah, and it does look like Sarasota took that one away at the time of 6:55 minutes. And who will claim those other two spots?
And that was very tight racing here between uh the next two spots here, with Space Coast coming in at
Yeah.
7:13 and will coming in at 7:14. So almost a little bit less of a second between third and fourth place.
I'm sure they won't forget that going to youth nationals if they choose to go.
Exactly.
Definitely some good motivation for the training between now and then. So good racing, good tight racing here at Southeast Youths. Great shot here from the drone flying over the course here at Southeast Youth Championships in Gainesville, Georgia. Um, as announcers, we're given a couple of little notes here about the regatta, and I thought it was pretty neat yesterday to learn that this year's 2023 Southeast Youths is the highest attended Southeast Championship in US Rowing's history, with almost 1,500 athletes, 1,476 athletes, and 51 clubs representing. And right now, we have got the open gender youth double final happening. One boat in this race now, but we've got this great open gender event that we've opened up at the youth regattas. So this boat will be qualifying them for the youth national championships, where they can compete against other athletes, where half of the athletes identify in these combinations as non-binary and then compete with a teammate of another gender. So great inclusive category that we allow athletes to be able to compete where they identify. And I'm sure they're going to be pushing themselves, trying to lay down a time that is competitive and sort of maybe intimidate some of the other of those in their category who are competing at other regionals this weekend.
For sure, and it just highlights the importance, of diversity in our sport, and having a place for everyone, and being fair and impartial. And at the end of the day, I mean, sport is fun. I mean, it's fun for everyone. It's an outlet. It's a place where we can let go of our otherworldly stresses and just do something that we truly enjoy. And I believe that everyone that walks around, deserves to have that opportunity to do something that makes them happy. So I'm glad that this has been added, to our list of events, so that we can again strive to include any and everyone, to this lovely sport.
100% agreed. And personally, I also love that it's a sculling event. Again, back to some of these doubles. I have to say, I know you were talking about the pair being a hard boat to jump into and be competitive in. I've got to say, the double was one of my weaker events that I was able to race in. I find this one a really difficult boat class. It's double the trouble. You know, you've got more people than a single. It's still sculling, so it's hard. You've got an oar in each hand. Not as fast as a quad, but at least you've got a partner in crime from the single. Or sometimes I would call this the single plus single. It is a it's a hard boat to get up and moving, but I think you've had a fair bit of experience in the double, right, Maurice?
Yeah, yeah. I bowed the double at the Charles, and I bowed the double quite a few times for 2Ks and whatnot. I don't I like it because it's not a super fast boat in comparison to the other events, like you just said, like the quad, um or the eights or anything like that. But it's like one of those boats where I feel like having a strategy is even that much important, just because it's not a super fast boat. So you have time to lay out your plan. You have time to respond to things. Like the race isn't going to be done, within 100 strokes. Like 100 strokes, it's almost like a game of checkers, especially if you're duking it out with other boats. And I know at nationals last year, um I did the double, and it was, I mean, it was like such a fun race, because you have one other person in the boat, and again, as I said before, you don't want to fail that other person. And when you have two oars instead of one, you have twice as much responsibility, and so you have to take into account, um, yeah, you really have to take into account your technique and being able to follow that person in front of you. And if you're stroking, you got to be able to, keep that pace and be able to set a stroke so that others may follow.
Absolutely. And I think similar to what we were talking about with the start, I think, of the eights and thinking about all of these race opportunities as almost kind of mentally neutral events so that you're trying to just execute the plan that you've practiced. And so this is a really great opportunity for the athletes in this boat to try on their race plan that they plan to do at Youth Nats if they choose to go. Um, just to be able to push themselves without having the other boat side by side. I'm sure they're trying to figure out what kind of speed and gear changes can we implement and push ourselves to so that they can lay down a good time.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to be in that last few strokes of the race here, and they SA will finish with a time of 8:48. And it looks like we will be underway in the men's U15 quad, Cox quad here. In lane two, we will have Sarasota. Lane three, Treasure Coast. Lane four, Sarasota. Lane five, Treasure Coast. So this looks like almost like a dual race here.
Oh yeah, double double.
This is for bragging rights for sure.
Yes, inter squad duels.
And for those who don't know, the U15 is athletes that are under the age of 15, and typically those are your younger athletes, and that is why it is a Cox quad to give the athletes the opportunity to focus more on their sculling and their technique, and to help them solidify that before they move into the men's or women's quad without the Cox.
Yeah, and in that lead boat, we can see the coxswain sitting in the stern of the boat, and here we can see a little bit of the coxswain's head in a bow-loaded quad. Slightly different for the coxswains, their perspective. The bow loaders, they're able to see straight over the hull, and their steering column is kind of completely enclosed within the shell. Whereas that boat out in front with the coxswain in the stern, they have to try to steer looking more to the left and the right, trying to make sure that their oars aren't getting too close to the buoy line either side of them. They can't see over their rowers because also coxswains are typically much shorter than the rowers. So they they have a hard time steering, and their steering is done by the kind of rope system. So they toggle with this rope that'll be kind of to their left and right versus a steering column stick in the bow loaders.
And I'm really like curious in terms of like the dynamics between like a coxswain in the bow and a coxswain in the stern. Like, I'm curious if there's
True.
any studies or advantages or disadvantages depending upon the crew and how that plays a role in the boat speed.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine a bow loader would maybe be maybe a little bit more aerodynamic, but you've got the engine of the rowers being a little bit farther back in the shell, which not sure how the physics of that roll out. But then, you've got, I mean, as stroke seat in a quad, it's kind of funny to just have to stare at your coxswain like the stroke seat of an eight.
Right.
And I've not sat stroke seat many times in an eight. And the few times I did, I was always kind of taken aback with like, as the rower looking straight at somebody, where am I supposed to look? What am I supposed to do? So in a four or in a quad such as this, I think personally I would have been into a bow loader.
Yeah, I think that should be like Row 2Ks or somebody's job to like do a study on that and release that so we as the customers of this sport can know the advantage of either or disadvantage of having a bow or stern loaded coxswain.
Yeah, looks like we had a little bit of a technical hiccup in this boat, but the coxswain and the athletes have come back together, moving together as one now. So here at the Southeast Youths, yeah, we've got the Sarasota B, Treasure Coast, Sarasota A, and Treasure Coast B. But looks like, I don't know if you're seeing this, Maurice, but I was only able to see two boats in that race, and looking at the heat sheets, it looks like the Treasure Coast boats did not start. So we may be looking at just the two Sarasota boats duking it out.
So really for bragging rights at this point.
Really, truly for bragging rights. I was expecting maybe one boat from each club to not start, but if there were to be any, but looks like Treasure Coast. did not show up or did not start in this race. So we are watching the bragging rights occur. Who will take it from Sarasota?
Whoever loses is going to be a long trip back home.
Potentially. It does look like it's the Sarasota boat coxed by Nip, and then the Sarasota B boat coxed by Silva in second. So maybe there could be something to this stern coxed quad. This crew doing a really good job pushing themselves into that next bump in rate. They're moving together fairly well. Hard to do in the red buoys. Up in Sarasota B coming down the course now. Great opportunity for these younger athletes to put themselves to the test here on this 7-lane race course, going through all of the paces with the referees and the warm-up and the steering. I'm sure we'll see these athletes again.
For sure. And this is where the standards, are set, whether you win, lose, tie, um, or even don't make it to start. There's been times where I've been late and couldn't even race. I mean, it's this is where you build your base for maybe the summer season, fall season. I mean, that's the beauty of this sport, is that you can always take something and learn from the mistakes you make during this race. Even the first place finishers here, they always will have something to work on. The ceiling is always high, and you can always strive to be higher than what you are at this current moment. And so, again, these athletes just showing up and going down the course, it gives them a new standard and a new outlook to the sport and to their rowing journey.
Definitely. Every race is an opportunity. And so this next race that we're catching up with is the women's U15 Coxed Quad. In lane 1, we have Sarasota. In lane 2, we've got First Coast. Lane 3, we've got Oars. In lane 4, Miami Beach. Lane 5, TriStar. And lane 6, Treasure Coast.
And the boats that we're seeing on the screen right now moving very well and very in tandem. And I can say at the age of 14 and younger, I definitely don't think I had this much discipline.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, all of the athletes at this event beat me by when I was their age. I didn't pick up rowing until I was 18. So to think of all of the discipline and the time spent training for these athletes at these ages, I mean, this is really commendable. And again, under 15, so most of these athletes being 14, this is a great start to build on. So probably some really competitive athletes that we'll see again coming out of all of these Southeast athletes in a sculling boat. Yeah, look at this boat here, moving well together in tandem, like you were saying. looking at their blade work, kind of moving through the water together. So once the blades are in, all of those, all of the oar shafts are staying parallel as they're taking the stroke. So probably very good efficiency that they've established in that blue shell out in front.
And I'm pretty sure that is Miami Beach. I can normally tell by their oars, and yeah, I mean they're doing an amazing job rowing together, amazing job swinging together. I mean, this is very good rowing that we're seeing here, and at a very young age. And so, I'm sure these athletes are on some college's radar, and they're just waiting for them to get to their junior year so they can start talking to them.
And something that I think is pretty cool about our sport is, you know, everybody's always learning, right? So it's great that these athletes have started so early and so young, under 15, in these boat classes. Very challenging to do. Um, but then you can also start when you're 16 or when you're 18 and pick this up. Some people start rowing and they're 65, and obviously different speeds than what we're seeing here. These athletes have definitely trained hard the whole season or even the whole year, maybe even year round if they're rowing through the summer. Um, but it's great that it's a sport that you can pick up and you really get out of it what you put into it. So these athletes have a great opportunity to be putting in those miles early, and like you say, they they are starting their careers off well and fast, especially if they're able to navigate a sculling boat and being able to do these coxed quads.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think this is the only boat class I have not raced. I was looking through our race program trying to figure out, you know, can I think about different race scenarios I've been in a double, in a quad, in an eight, in a straight four, and this is the only one so far that I have not raced in. Have you raced in a Cox quad?
I have never. So that's yes. I will. That'll be interesting to see how that feels. I've never had that before. Yeah, I kind of just hopped into eights and then smaller boats. So yeah, I'm curious on how that boat feel is, because each boat is, and you can definitely, I'm sure, can attest to this. Each boat just has a very distinct and different feel to it, and I'm sure the Coxed Quad is definitely a distinct feel for sure.
Yeah. So I imagine, again, we were talking about how, the Cox's quads are almost similar in speed to the eights, as far as speed is. And so I would say, definitely having a coxswain in there is going to slow this down from a Cox's quad, but I'm sure it still feels very light, quick, and fast, probably a little bit faster feeling than the four width or the Coxed four, because you're able to leverage a little bit more force by having two oars per person versus one oar per person in the Cox four. So Cox quads, I assume, still feel pretty light, but you've got a little bit of weight with the coxswain. But I mean, what an opportunity to be able to race that so early in their careers.
And
So here we're
I
watching
think,
them. Oh, you go ahead, Maurice.
oh no, no, say what you were gonna say.
No, I was just gonna say I'm curious to see how this race is unfolding as we come into the last 250. So we can just make out the big buoy over there on the right, that all these crews have passed. That's the last 250-meter mark. So a lot of these crews, these coxswains, are calling for a bump and rate, and I think we'll probably have a pretty close finish within, for that second, third, and fourth place out of this U15 women's Cox quad.
And it looks like is pretty close race in terms of distance. It doesn't seem like the especially for the first three spots, doesn't seem like they're too far apart from each other. So be a nice finish here.
Definitely. No boat parades today. Definitely definitely a tight race, I think, between that lanes 2 and 3. So First Coast and Oars, they may be neck and neck here. Can definitely tell even in the body language of the athletes, just like reaching for more up at the catch, swinging maybe a little bit, trying to hold on to the blades in the water towards the finish, trying to squeeze out as much as they can between now and the big orange buoys of the finish line.
And Miami Beach is going to finish very, very strong here, coming in line with some open water at 8:30, followed by a very close second and third and a fourth place finish here, with TriStar coming in second place at a time of unofficial time of 8:41, followed by Oars coming in a time of 8:42, a little over a second. And then fourth, we have First Coast with a time of 8:44.
Ooh, totally spent athlete there over in lane 6 from Treasure Coast. Definitely pushing themselves. And so we've rounded this out with Sarasota at 9 minutes 12 seconds and Treasure Coast 9 minutes 20 seconds. Again, we were talking about it's so great to have a category for athletes that are so much younger relative to maybe some of those who are maybe juniors or seniors in high school. And you mentioned that you had rowed as a junior. And when did you pick up the oars?
So I did a learn to row when I was 12 years old. So I did that,
What?
yeah, for 2 weeks. But then I didn't get into competitive rowing until 2010, my junior year of high school. And so there was a huge gap because I honestly didn't know how to get into rowing. um After I didn't know how to get into rowing after the learner row, so it kind of went into like the traditional sports. But then Philadelphia City Rowing, PCR, came to Philadelphia, and I hopped into the boat, and that was all she wrote. But yeah, I mean, doing this young, starting young. I mean, honestly, I think, in just my opinion, is sculling should be the first boat that you hop into. I mean, that's where you can really build on technique and really get a feel for the water. Instead of just pulling hard, with one oar. I mean, you really can become in tune as you're rowing, whether it's a single or a double. Those small boats really teach you how the boat reacts to you and your movement.
Definitely. A lot of other countries start their athletes in sculling boats exactly for that reason. It also is a great opportunity to learn how to row both sides since effectively both hands are both your inside and outside hand. So why that's important for sweep is they may have a slightly different role with being able to square and feather the blade. And these athletes are doing both jobs in both of their hands with both of the oars. So having that technical base so early is really impressive. So we are following up here at the start of the men's U16 Coxed Quad, starting a little bit later than planned, but over in lane 1, we have Row, Georgia, lane 2, Miami Beach, lane 3, Sarasota Crew, lane 4, Belen Jesuit, lane 5, Vero Beach, lane 6, Oars, and lane 7, Atlanta Junior. Another
And
colorful array of boat shells.
yes, you
I
love to
don't
see
think,
it.
yeah, I don't think a single boat's the same shade of anything next to them. That's
To
pretty
be
fun.
honest, I think boat makers should just start making like different color boats with different designs. I think that'll be fun, like, and have like wrapping up a boat and maybe having some type of, I don't know, like I don't know what kind of race to call it, but just kind of show the creativity of a lot of these teams. Because I mean, especially these youth athletes. I mean, they have such creative minds, and they've definitely been able to make rowing very, very watchable. I mean, the emotion, the wearing a bucket hat for a bucket rib boat. Like, I mean, that's funny, and I honestly didn't think about that. But they just have so much creativity, and we need to find a way to tap into their creativity, because I mean it just makes this sport very, very more appealing to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Anything to express yourself either as individuals or as a team. Each team has its own cultural quirks and a different little feeling for each club. So it's neat to see different shades across these shells. And I know there are some boat makers out there, at least if you're buying a personal boat, like a single or maybe some small boats, you can get some custom colors. Um, and I'm pretty sure maybe if you got like an auto company involved with some getting some sparkle and some shine in there, that's probably possible. But there must be a reason these boat companies stick to certain colors. Um, I do know that some colors are heavier than others as far as paint, and we don't often think about this, but there's a lot of engineering that goes into the shells of each one of these boats. Um, I mean, down to their exact shape and how they're molded, the paint, the carbon fiber. I mean, every piece of these equipments have been just combed over and retuned, and I mean, it's a pretty amazing feat of engineering.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah, I can like in terms of the creativity. I know for at the club that I'm at, Potomac Boat Club in Washington D.C., Bleed Red, woot woot. Um, they the juniors at my club, they they have a very, very loud personality, but it just gives our club like that much more energy and that much more spice. And every club that I've visited or been around, I mean, like you said, each club has its own personality, and I mean but the energy, regardless of the personality, the energy is just is so much high. So that's the special part about youth rowing, is that these kids, they're teenage, they come with their teammates, they're here to, have fun, and they're just enjoying life, going through pain.
Absolutely. And so you gotta tell me, with the Potomac colors, there's gotta be a red shell in there, right?
So yes, we actually just got some boats with red and the white star on top, which is like really, really cool.
Love it.
Yeah,
That looks sharp.
yeah, it's really cool. And I know like CRI, they have their red boat, San Diego Rowing Club, same thing. Um, but it's the personality. It gives our club the personality it has. Like, everybody knows the red dot with the white star. When they see that, they think Potomac. And so every club has their special, you know, their special specialty to it.
Absolutely. It looks like we've got some early speed, lanes 2 through 4. Miami Beach, Sarasota, Belen Jesuit, Vero Beach.
Yes, and Oars and Atlanta Junior, and this will be again the men's U16 quad.
Yeah, really good flow from that, the crew in that yellow shell, and then the blues across fighting it out for places 2 through 4. And hard to see, definitely impossible to see from this sort of camera angle, but sometimes I know that crews will kind of express a little bit of personality, um, through doing little things within the shell. So nothing you'd be able to see from the cameras, nothing you'd be able to see even if you were maybe standing 10 feet away. But I know something crews I've been part of have done for kind of high pressure races like this is maybe write little like reminders or little inspirational words, like a mantra for say on a piece of athletic tape and stick it to the rigger. Um, just trying to have I know some crews sometimes have a little mascot and either the coxswain's holding on to it or the stroke seat has it next to the stroke coach. Sometimes that those are they seem like little fun things, but they're something that are just reminders for the individuals competing in this boat of why they're here and why they're pushing themselves. Um, Great tools in their toolkit to keep each other focused, keep it light, but be able to race hard together.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know when I was racing in high school, unfortunately one of my uncles passed away of cancer, and what I did was I would race with a sleeve and wrote his name on there, and I've also had like grandmother that also passed away of cancer, and so I would have that as a reminder every time I'm looking at my arm as it's coming across my body to get the oar in the water. It was just a reminder on why I do what I do, and so it just goes to show like how connected we are as human beings, and we all every single last one of us has something that can light a fire under our behinds to get from the start to finish and as fast as possible, and yeah, and just having those motivating factors, whether it's that mascot or whether it's the teammate in front of you, whether it's I don't know, family, friends. Again, everybody has that motivating factor, and you got to use what you got to do in order to get across that finish line and hopefully qualify for the national championships.
Definitely. And so I know that out of this event in the men's U16 Coxed Quad, top four qualify for youth nationals, and we may be looking at them here. So I would say we thinking, is that Sarasota? Do you see any of the S's?
It is very hard to tell, but is this? I want to say, would that be lane three?
Either lane
That's
three or lane four, Bell and Jesuit.
yeah. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Through the middle. I mean, definitely the race is being led through the middle of the course. So Miami Beach, Sarasota, Bella and Jesuit, and potentially Vero Beach, I think are the ones who are fighting for these youth nat bids.
I want to say that's Bell and Jesuit in front. I want to say that. Just because of the color of their blades, I'm pretty sure that's Bell and Jesuit.
Yeah, I think you are right. And it is interesting to have the U15s kick off first, and then we're seeing a little step in speed and in technique with the U16s. Um, just being able to see how it's great that we're able to have these designated categories for different stages of development. So you still have a competitive and fair race across those who are of equal experience. I think that's really valuable so that you can continue to get be hungry and work hard and have these really tight races at the U15 and then the U16 and U17 level. We're watching these athletes progress up in speed.
And we are at the last piece of this race here. And I would say this will be their part. They're still in there, at least at the end of that last of that third 500 here, where you really gotta dig deep to get to that last bit.
Yeah, you can see this crew out in front still pushing each other. You can see just the energy they're putting behind their blades here. Really aggressive swing, second half of the leg drive as they close in on the big orange buoys.
Well, yeah,
Great
looks
race.
for sure. Looks was definitely deceiving. That was the pretty much the last 250 of the race, not the third 500.
That was taken away by Bell and Jesuit. You called that early. Followed up second by a Sarasota crew. Third place, Vero Beach. That fourth bed going to Miami Beach. Now we see these other crews fill out the rest of that flight, and we do have the women's U16 Cox quads underway. I'm curious if there was maybe some sort of delay in this race, and maybe all our races following will be pushed back a little bit. But we have about 4 minutes under the belt of the women's U16 Coxed quads. In lane 1, we have Charlotte Youth. Lane 2, TriStar. Lane 3, Atomic. Lane 4, Miami Beach. Lane 5, Row, Georgia. Lane 6, Sarasota. And in lane 7, SA.
It looks like we have a pretty open lead here for this race. We're in that, I want to say, the third 500 at this point, just based off of the timing here.
I would guess so as well. What are some things that you would be telling yourself in the third 500, just to give our listeners a little behind the scenes view of what it's like to be sitting in this boat at this point in the race?
You would not believe what I think to myself. Are you ready for this one? I think about having steak and eggs after my race.
I
And
love it.
that normally, like, I think about the food that I'm going to get. I don't know why that's a thing, but literally, like, when I'm towards that third 500, that towards the end, like, I think about food, and it's typically steak and eggs because normally the races are in the morning, and so yeah.
True.
How about
It's
you?
going to be followed up by a pretty hefty brunch.
Exactly. But what about you? What has gone through your mind from, either rowing in college or rowing on a national team?
Well, definitely depends on the race. I think when I was in bigger boat combinations like this, where you have a coxswain to relay the race plan, this is usually the point in the race where ahead of time the rowers have maybe I would have always liked a coxswain to sort of make either a shout out, some sort of motivational shout out, either to me individually, or I'm very motivated by team combinations. So one of my favorite calls to have happen in the third 500 is some sort of move that motivates us to walk. So, for example, having, if our bow ball is currently sitting on, in this case, 3 seat of a boat that is ahead, I want the coxswain to tell me, I want this bow ball to be on 2 seat, on 1 seat. I want bow balls across. You know, I really need to have a coxswain tell me where I am and what's happening, what's unfolding, and this is what we need to do. So I think I'm usually really wanting to have a lot of communication from my coxswain at that point, because I don't want to listen to what my own mind wants to say at that point in the race, because that's a really challenging time. Sometimes I kind of rehearse in my warm up or in the days leading up some sort of like mantra or call to sort of just really hyper focus on at that point in the race. And it's funny you say the steak and eggs because when I was in college, one of the coxswains I had a lot would have a call for basically making breakfast, and each person was like a different ingredient for breakfast. And we're like, we've been up since 5 a.m. You know, got here at 6, been on the course, warming up and getting ready for this race, and I want breakfast. I want Sarah to fry up the eggs. I want this, make the toast. You're gonna butter it. Like she had this whole kind of silly thing, but it was something that worked for our crew and really got us through that third 500. And sometimes, I mean, that can be a dark place. So if you've got a little bit of levity, a little bit of some jokes that keep your crew engaged and focused, it's worth it. And rowers like to eat, so who can't be motivated by food?
Exactly. Exactly. I just love how technical that was, but also like the difference between having a coxswain and not having a coxswain. Like I would totally love to hear a coxswain talk about, just get my mind off of, but because I row by myself, I like have to be creative.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it looks
Well,
like we
good
have
job
a
to that
finish
crew.
by Miami Beach. Not surprised there with a time of 8:14, followed up by Atomic Crew out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
It looks like that first place crew in Miami Beach had a great race. It's always good to see athletes just totally spent, but totally happy at the end of a race. Close finish there with those last two in those closer lanes.
And we now have the men's U16 8 final underway with lane 1, Oars, lane 2, TriStar, lane 3, SA, lane 4, Sarasota Crew B, lane 5, Atomic, lane 6, Space Coast, and lane 7, Asheville Youth Association. And it looks like lane 4 will start off with a lead here, but lane 2 is holding on to their stern in the first 4 minutes of this race. And honestly, it's probably towards the end of the second 500 of this piece here.
Hmm. So we might be seeing the race schedule getting a little bit more compressed, making up for the time that a couple of events ago we had started a little bit later. So the the organizing committee and the referees work together to communicate with the athletes and coaches to make sure that everything happens on time because everyone's preparing down to the minute with their warm-ups when they arrive to the course. It's starting to get a little bit warmer as the day goes on, so we don't want our athletes to get too overheated, especially if they're doing multiple events. So I think that's what we're seeing a little bit here. Definitely some good send out of this U16 8.
And this will be lane 4, Sarasota B.
So something to look for in eights. I like to look at the puddles coming off of the blades, and then once one set of 8 puddles have gone past, where are we then seeing the next set of puddles? So interesting to watch from these younger events in similar to the quad. You can watch it in the quad as well, but you've got as they advance and as they get older, the distance between their each set of 8 puddles to the next set of 8 puddles increasing. So I can see with that lead crew, they're putting in their blades. Let's see, like that stroke seats blade is going in just about where the bow seats blades are. Are you able to see that following the puddles going past?
Yep.
So that's showing me that they're a little bit more effective with their distance per stroke than what some of these other crews are doing, where that stroke seats blade might be going in just ahead of or just a little bit more towards the stern of that bow seats blade. So great efficiency in that lead crew. Great to see that developed in a U16 event.
And yes, as we head towards the end of this race, I mean, looks pretty close, especially for the second and third place spot. So it'll be very interesting to see how each boat responds to the moves. And as you said before, do you start your sprint early? Do you hold it and empty the tank at the end? How many matches are you willing to burn?
Definitely one of my personal notes that I keep of what I like coxswains to do is, at this point, I want them to tell me how many strokes I've got left, and they better be as close to their count as possible. You get close to those big orange buoys, I don't want to take a stroke more. So I've always hats off to coxswains who are able to time that well. Close race here for second place. Sarasota Crew B taking it away at a 7:04, but we've got TriStar unofficial times. Ooh,
Very close.
300ths of a second between TriStar and SA.
That was a very, 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 very tight race.
Definitely. Atomic cleaning up fourth, Oars cleaning up fifth, and then Space Coast and Asheville Youth for 6 and 7. Now on to the women's U16 eights. Their final. They're about 3 minutes in, so closing in on getting close to the 1,000-meter mark. In lane one, we have SA, and this is their B boat in this event. There's Team Tampa in lane two, lane three, Oars, lane four, SA, lane five, Oars B, and six, Space Coast. So with both SA and Oars large enough programs to have 2 entries each in this U16 8. Definitely programs to look out for as these athletes get older in the youth eights event next year.
And this looks like to be a very commanding lead here for lane 3, which will be Oars. Orlando.
And so we were talking a little bit about the third 500 and food, to be honest. Rowers love food.
Always.
Some Something I think about a lot, and I'm sure you do too, is what you're eating and what are you fueling yourself with leading into a race. So each one of these athletes, if this is their first race of the day, have probably, they've got their go-to meal for their 2 hours before, maybe a snack before they launch, and they've got their water bottle or whatever their sports drink is in the boat. But what is your favorite pre-race meal?
So I like to have a banana as well as maybe like a bagel. Um, but I like to go like light. I don't do heavy just because I just feel terrible. I go heavy night before carb load, and then the next day either I will also probably have like a smoothie of some fruits, and but that's about as much as I'll eat in terms of the pre-race right before. But the night before, I would carb load, and my food of choice is chicken parm, hands down.
So no steak and eggs before. So you're holding off, and that's your motivation at the end.
Exactly, exactly. The steak
Got
and
it.
eggs is the motivation of finishing out a regatta weekend.
Excellent. Yeah, I think my go-to that I would have if I was racing in the morning, such as these athletes, anytime I would be racing before noon, I would definitely have kind of like a loaded oatmeal. So oatmeal with maybe peanut butter, milk, and some protein
Mm,
powder. Um,
mhm.
I love chocolate, so it's got to have chocolate chips. And that would be what I would do for any morning ahead of a hard piece, so an erg test. Maybe we're doing a 2K at home, and then also my special addition I would have for race days is I would always have a little bite of either like brownies or cakes because I like to bake. I have that on the side, and I'm like, might as well have dessert first, because I'm going to put myself out there on the race course, and it feels like I'm dying. So might as well have dessert first.
Right, exactly. No, you're absolutely right. You might as well be happy before you're not happy in a boat and like question it. Why did I choose to do this to myself today?
Why did I do this? Yeah, and I was an athlete who I could eat anything in between races. So sometimes these races or these athletes who maybe they raced in the morning, maybe they have 2 races and they have a second race. I would definitely have something lighter or like you're saying, a bagel or maybe like, an applesauce or with like peanut butter on that bagel. Something light to keep my body fueled, but not too heavy if I got a second race of the day. Um, but definitely into maybe some waffles post race. Wonder where these athletes are going to be headed after they've crossed the finish line.
For sure. We're going into the last bit of this race here, the last 250, and again, commanding lead here by oars.
Definitely some bragging rights, like you said, because we've got a double representation of SA and oars, each having 2 entries each. To me personally, I feel like that's a very that just shows that they probably have a depth of field, just a lot of numbers to be able to field 2 8s worth of athletes in this U16 women's eight.
Oh, was that? Oh, was that SA? That was about four. SA will finish at 7:45.
Oh, good. I thought it would have been maybe the lanes have shifted a little bit with perhaps there's been some wind change then that we can't see, but definitely good race there, second through fourth.
For sure, with oars finishing in second with an 8:05, followed by Team Tampa with an 8:11. And in fourth place, we will have Oars B with a 8:34. And we will be back. We'll be taking a break and we will resume racing for the Southeast Championships here at 11:30. So we will be seeing you guys soon.
We'll see you then. All right, and we are back here in Gainesville, Georgia for the Southeast Youth Championships. The next event will be the men's U17 single final, followed up by a couple of other U17 events. The women's single, the doubles, will then be advancing to some of the U17 four widths and quads, all the way through the rest of our program of the qualifying events who are aiming for a bid to the Youth National Championships in Sarasota, Florida in a couple of weeks, followed up by the non-qualifying events, starting with the men's U15 8 going on. So the race we'll be tuning into now is the men's U17 single final. Those are athletes all under the age of 17 in the single. In lane 1, we'll have Damian Holloway from North Orlando. In 2, we'll have Enzo Tapia from Oars. In lane 3, we'll have Matthew Lynn from Sarasota. Marcus Mantacon from Belen Jesuit. We'll have Calvin from Triad United. Christopher Wakefield from Pinecrest, and Oliver Hagen from Sora. Curious of any relation of Cooper Hagen, who had an impressive single race earlier this morning.
Such a strong showing from Belen Jesuit. That is in Oars, two clubs that we've seen a repeat in the finals for the past few races since this morning.
Definitely, especially strong showing in their sculling events. And so neat that they have a depth of program to be able to have their youth single win. I think the men's youth single was won by Cooper Hagen, and then following down all the way through their doubles and their quads. So much sculling happening here in the Southeast. And I don't know about you all, but the break was welcome. I got hungry thinking about the pre-race meals and the post-race steak and eggs. But glad to be back here now, fueled up for these last couple of races.
Yeah, I just got oodles and noodles. I wasn't as fancy and bougie with steak and eggs today.
You didn't have enough time in that 30-minute break.
No, I mean it's a finesse to make steak and eggs. You have to have time. You have to be able to show it the attention and love it deserves.
Yeah, you got to make space for it. You got to make space to do it well.
Now I gotta ask, how do you like your steak done?
Oh, rare.
Love that for you. See, I'm more of like the medium rare kind of guy.
Right. Well, yeah, I guess it does sort of matter what kind of steak, but I would err on the rare just because sometimes, just to catch it up with everything, the meat's resting a little longer, ends up medium rare most of the time. But
True.
always
True.
good to pound the protein, especially after racing, thinking about sports nutrition.
Very, very true.
So it looks like this men's U17 single final will start a few minutes later. But Maurice, when was the first time you raced in a single? You said you did a learn to row when you were 12, and then kind of picked up rowing again at 16. When was the first time you raced in a single?
So the first time I raced in a single was in Australia when I was competing over there. back in 2015, 2016. I was like, you know what? I'm going to face my fear and I'm going to try to do this by myself. Um, and yeah, it was a fun race. I raced against quite a few people that actually ended up um, in like the Australian university boats. And so it was a pretty packed field. But yeah, I mean, it was. I think my whole goal of my first race in a single was to not flip, and was to get to the finish line. I guess not last. um, and yeah, no, it was a very fun event. And I mean, like I was saying before, just knowing, like, going down these races, it teaches you a lot. It teaches you what you need to work on, and I think that was a very, like, a good foundation to start on. And yeah, and I haven't raced that many times in a single, but I'm really hoping to race a lot more, especially this year, in the single. And so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I feel you on the start. I remember my first couple of races in a single because I didn't start rowing until I was 18. I started rowing in a single probably my third or fourth year of rowing. And I just did it for fun. I had a coach who had an extra boat lying around because my program didn't have a lot of singles. It was mostly eights and fours. I kind of tooled around in it for a little bit, thought it was pretty fun. The next summer, I entered in a couple of summer races to just trial it out, just like you say, to kind of learn, you know, what can I be working on? When because if you only got yourself in the boat, it's going to tell you what you're good at and what you currently are not good at. And starts were always the hardest thing to master when you're starting out in the single. And even when you think you've got it and you've maybe spent a couple of days or practices outside the boat, you get back in. I remember in the thick of my time training for the national team, going up to a start line in the single, um, and kind of freaking out the stake boat holder because the light changed, the start went off, and I almost flipped right there. And I got myself and got it under control, but I just watched the eyes of my stake boat holder get really big, and they thought maybe they were going to have to do a little rescue mission, but all went off well. And the more you're in it, the more you learn. So I'm
Exactly.
impressed that we're going to have some U17 singles coming down. I wish I would have been able to row in a single at that age. I can only imagine how much better I could have been at that start line at that particular race. But pretty cool to have so much sculling.
Yeah, and I mean, at this distance as well, like, I mean, it takes a lot to be in a single at the age of 16 or less. And I mean, it really takes a different type of mental toughness, to be in a boat by yourself and to motivate yourself. I mean, that is so hard. Like, when they say, like, you are your own worst enemy, like, you're literally there by yourself. Whereas other boats, you can kind of be like, okay, I don't want to let this person down, and use that as motivation. But when you're by yourself, it's a whole nother ball game.
Definitely. And I I'm sure a lot of these athletes have done a lot of visualization of like what's it like to go through this kind of scenario or that kind of scenario. This boat being up, me being down, me being up, being chased by a field of people who are only a seat down from me. Definitely a challenge, especially with these younger events who they're still in the beginning stages of their rowing career. So I am looking forward to some exciting throwdowns here. Hopefully, it will get started soon.
Soon-ish.
Soon-ish. And we know that there may be something up, but So back here at Southeast Youth, looks like we're just about at the starting line for the men's U17 single. When we were just talking about close finishes, Marisa, I don't know if during the break you looked back, but two events before the break for the men's U16 eight final, there was a photo finish between second and third place TriStar over SA, and they were down to three one hundredths of a second. Definitely check out that that photo finish. It is probably about 3 inches of distance between second and third. Pretty impressive.
I'm literally about to see this now. I got to see this. That is insane. That is insane.
Yeah. Over the course of 2,000 meters of a 7-minute race, it came down to about 3 inches. That's amazing. They'll definitely be thinking about that since both crews qualified to go to Youth Nats if they choose to accept that bid. So I'm sure TriStar will be aware that SA is hot on their tails. And talking about the getting ready at a start in a single, seeing some flashy boat shells already. Looks like we're lined up here, getting ready to go soon. Nobody's locked, everyone's boat is locked in, but their blades aren't quite up into the starting position. But it is interesting to see this aligning situation that each boat has to back the stern deck of their shell into that little crevice held by the stake boat holder. I think the aligner in the little gazebo off on shore is communicating across with those stake boat holders to push out bows or pull them in so that all of those little white silicone rubber bow balls are level across the field. And like we saw in that photo finish, 3 inches makes or breaks a race. And so they make sure that they are within their correct margins before they even start, if it comes down to something quite that close.
And I'm always like trying to look at the facial expressions of these athletes and just trying to think what they're possibly thinking at this very moment right now.
Especially in the single, probably a little bit more uh, mentally, just like a little bit more internal, trying not to show anything to their competitors. And something I'll note because I'm an Olympic nerd, I think we've got every color of the Olympic rings represented in the colors of the shells in this race.
That is crazy. I just realized that.
I love it. And it was the site of the 96 games. It's lovely. Love to see all of that come full circle.
See who says we can't have a little spice and everything nice in this sport?
Oh, of course. Gotta have a little pizzazz. We must be getting a little bit closer here because you can see the athletes moving their hands up a little bit towards the starting blocks, having their getting ready to start in maybe like a half slide sort of position, but blades aren't locked in just yet. just still getting aligned. Precision. Precision on behalf of these referees and trying to align all the crews with maybe water moving underneath the stake boats or those floating platforms. An outdoor sport, Mother Nature rules. So some of these may have moved around and it's just spending a little extra time making sure all these boats have a fair start.
And we are off.
Now, especially in a single, and especially with a race that starts later than planned, that sometimes can shake people up, you know? You have a plan, you think you know when your start time is, you think you expect things to unfold as they're supposed to. So sometimes these delays can um, sort of throw athletes off their game, and I'm curious to see if that affects anything in the single, but a great opportunity to just stick to your plan, but also be flexible with the circumstances.
Yeah, it looks like we have lane 4 leading the way. Marcus Manticon from Bellin Jesuit, followed by lane 2 in Siltapia from Oars. And we are about 3 minutes onto the race course here, and we still have some connection with quite a few crews here. You are seeing lanes.
believe this might be the Hagen from Sora, the younger Hagen and Sora in the green boat in lane 7. Christopher over in lane 6, and in yellow, that must be Calvin from Triad. Good little battle going down there in the single. They all have contact. Oliver Hagen sitting on the bow ball of the two boats off to their port side, but
In lane
very
one,
solid lead in 3, or I'm sorry, in lane 4. So yeah, Marcus from Bell and Jesuit currently in the lead ahead of Matthew Lynn from Sarasota, followed by Enzo from Oars.
very
Now, what I
nice look.
really, yeah, I was just gonna say, what I really like about how they're rowing here is once the blades are in the water, there's no lift with the shoulders. It's a very long leg drive. We don't see, sometimes coaches call it a rainbow of the shoulders. Once the blade is in, the shoulders first coming up instead of going straight back. So this rower from Bell and Jesuit rowing very efficiently in the single, really leveraging being super horizontal and leveraging what I am assuming are some very long legs.
Yeah, and you very commanding lead here between first and second. But second and third is it can still be any man's game here.
And then also, we're still in the thick of the qualifying events of who would get a bid for Youth Nationals. So we are looking right now at the top 3 who are currently in command of this race, but the last 4th place spot is who's going to get the last bid for Youth Nationals. So that will be a very exciting finish, especially through this middle thousand. And like we were saying about Marcus's rowing from Bell and Jesuit, I think spending a lot of time in the single is very revealing, right? Like you're the only person at fault, but you're also the only person making it go. And this athlete's doing a fantastic job. Still pushing ahead every stroke, staying really technical. Now we're watching them cross into probably the last 200 meters here at Southeast Youth Champs.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes look very composed. Especially Marcus. He's very not shaky, very crispy finish, very direct at the catch. Um, I mean, he's rowing really well, and it's showing in his boat speed.
Definitely the late start didn't distract them from their goal. And look at that gear change.
Yep, shifted right up.
Yep, probably good 4 beats, potentially maybe racing the time that was laid down this morning in the other men's singles. And being a U17 event, this athlete's got another year to dominate the field. Looking a little look to the left, where are those finish buoys? And time, strong, good sprint there, last 150 meters or so.
Right, he had a lot in the tank. He picked
Yeah,
that right up.
definitely a lot of power. 2 and 3 coming across here. Fully spent Matthew Lynn claiming second from Sarasota in the lane over Enzo Tapia from Oars. Then Calvin from Triad United claiming that last spot for Youth Nats, followed shortly, I think, was that by Christopher from Pinecrest? Yep, 3 seconds off that cutoff, but great race. Again, all these athletes having to battle a differing start time and maybe not their first race of the day or the first race of their weekend. So great job across all 7 of these single scullers putting themselves out there on the line here at Southeast.
Absolutely, and very, very decent times here, especially for U17 in a single.
And I was just comparing these unofficial times to the men's youth final times this morning. So Marcus from Bell and Jesuit posting a 7:35. Had he competed in the men's youth single final, would have been only 1 second off that first place winner. So I am looking forward to
Wow.
watching them race next year. So this next event, women's U17 singles. In lane 1, we have Natasha from University School. In lane 2, Dorothy Cox from New Orleans. Lane 3, Eden Alfie from Row House. Isabel Magna representing Sarasota in lane 4. Lane 5, Phoenix Strange representing Lake County. Lane 6, Gabrielle DeLeo from Sarasota. And lane 7, Kerrigan Crane from Row, Georgia.
And again, very, very good leg drive here, picking up that pace, staying composed, not picking up the pace, but staying composed and inside your boat, pushing away the rest of the field one stroke at a time, one leg drive at a time. And at this point, we're at
Probably close to that last 500 coming up.
yep.
I really love this overhead shot. Again, like we were talking about, it always looks so smooth and peaceful and graceful, but you know that it's that pure 100% chaos going on in these athletes' minds. Between the ears, it's probably pretty dramatic. But this athlete here in the lead is looking very technically sharp coming into the red buoys. It looks like this is lane 3, Eden Alfie from Row House.
And Row House is out of Miami, if I'm not mistaken. Very good program. Race against a lot of
Yes.
their guys at nationals and done pretty well, especially in sculling. In second place, we have Isabel Magna from Sarasota with a time of 8:48. Followed by Natasha Ferris from the University School, and Dorothy Cox followed behind. Very, very tight racing between Natasha and Dorothy. And in fifth, we have Phoenix Strange from Lake County.
Yeah, pretty tight there between 3rd through 5th for that last few spots for youth nationals. And in a single, a 4-second difference is not very much. I mean, that's probably just over a boat length, maybe a little bit more, but that over the course of 2,000 meters, when you've only got a single horse engine, as I joke, that is a fairly close margin. Next up here, we've got the men's U17 double final. In lane 1, we've got Sora, lane 2, Belmont, lane 3, Miami, lane 4, Vero Beach, lane 5, Sarasota, lane 6, Belen Jesuit. So it looks like we're catching up with the men's U17 double final in the last 250 meters here in these red buoys. Looks like we are having races that are compressed in their centers, so races are running a little closer together to make up for the time, but all the athletes handling it well. And this boat really sending it off together. You can see the power at the release every stroke.
And yes, this will be lane 3, which is Miami.
Fully spent. I love to see it when a rower crosses the finish line and they just can't take another stroke. Even when they were out ahead like that, they were really pushing each other and they were able to squeeze everything out.
And Miami will finish with a time of 7:04, followed by Vero Beach with a time of 7:20. And in third, we will have Belmont. And the last qualifying spot, we will have Sora coming in fourth.
And look at that gaggle of boats getting ready for the start.
Love to see it.
Love to see it. I kind of love this part of the warm up and the start before the race too. It kind of puts things in perspective. You're not the only ones out there. You're not the only ones putting yourself out on the line. So even though you're in different boat classes, each each of one of these boat classes is trying to line themselves up to make this an efficient regatta. It's always nice to know that you're not alone. Looks like underway we have the women's U17 double finals. So they're about halfway down the course, and in lane 1 we should have Belmont, lane 2 Vero Beach, lane 3 Atomic, lane 4 North Palm Beach, lane 5 North Carolina, lane 6 the Bull School. So we might catch them in the last 250 of this race. We can see that the race schedule is getting a little bit compressed to make up for some lost time, just to stay on schedule. These men's U17 Cox fours doing a good job pulling into the starting blocks quickly and efficiently. A little bit tough for those bow-loaded fours like we were talking about. It's a lot of communication between the stern pair of this boat and the coxswain, who typically have full control of the steering.
And it looks like the doubles will be coming down for the last bit of this race, the last 250.
And it looks like that might be lane 5 out ahead a little bit. That might be North Carolina, just ahead of North Palm Beach, with Vero Beach out there in lane 2, maybe for that third spot. Pardon, it is North Palm Beach in lane 4 for that boat.
Love the run. Love seeing a bow lift up off the water. Very nice push for the end.
Definitely, and I saw a hand raised there as they crossed the finish line, either a sign of success or potentially a sign of protest. So that'll be interesting to see if that reflects in any of the finish times that come through. But in who took away that race was North Palm Beach out of lane 4, second place Atomic. Ooh, close race there for those last
Very
few
close.
coming in, fully spent. Looked like lane 5, North Carolina for third, Vero Beach in fourth. So we'll follow up with the end of that race a little bit later, but we're looking at the start of the men's U17 Coxed fours. So just to review who is in this race, over there in lane 1, we've got Asheville Youth Association. Lane 2, we have got TriStar. Lane 3, Baylor. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. Lane 5, SA. Lane 6, Gainesville area. And in lane 7, the Bowles School out of Jacksonville.
It looks like lane 2 and lane 4 are going stroke for stroke with each other right now.
And those are my favorite types of races, whether I'm watching and announcing like now or when I'm in it. You just feel totally tuned in and very present with every stroke that you're taking. If I'm not mistaken, I think, yeah, we see a little bit of the bow ball over there in lane 3, keeping
Trying
contact
to
with
sneak,
both of those other boats.
they're trying to sneak in between.
Yeah, all in all, pretty tight field.
Very tight right now.
Good
As we go
push
into
by the
that
boat.
second 500, we'll see how these boats respond.
Yeah, looks like that boat in lane 4, the Bell and Jesuit crew must have had a power 10 right there. They look to have taken a couple of seats ahead of the field. whatever that call or focus was pretty effective for them. But these other boats are charging through.
I'm getting tired just looking at this.
Tired with your nerves? Tired physically? You were
Tired with
calling
my
any
nerves.
neck and
I'm
neck
like,
races?
yeah, it like I feel like in this situation right now, and it's like, oh my gosh, like I know what those strokes feel like when nobody is letting go, and it is the worst.
Oh, it's like who's gonna hold out for the longest? I know sometimes when I'm watching races like this and you can't see it, but when it comes down to towards the finish, or even now, like I'm watching these three other bows on screen, this really effective move being taken by the crew closest to us. I'm literally pressing my feet against the floor. And sometimes if I'm even in person watching like a race and I'm on shore, I'm literally like jumping or like stomping my legs because it's so programmed for me that when I see this tight racing situation, I just want to kick my
Like
legs because
press,
that's what you
just
do.
press. Yeah.
Just just press, just get the legs down.
No, this is gonna be sick. This is like, I mean, 4 spots, 5 boats right now, like holding on to each other. Like this is gonna be nuts. I'm really hoping like it stays like this to the very end. That's
Agreed.
only because I'm not in the boat.
Great racing to watch, right?
Yeah, and it looks like, that outside lane, I want to say it's lane 5 is creeping up a little bit onto lane 1, I want to say. Or
Yeah, it
sorry,
does look like
lane 2. I think that's lane 2. Lane 1 is a little bit further behind, but they are creeping up onto that lane 2.
right. Lane 2 eating up the distance, put down by lane 4. Lane 5 taking a bit of a chunk there. We
Yeah,
haven't
they
seen a lot
did.
of boats moving out in lanes 5 and 6. So really, oh yeah, looks like they
Wow.
made a effective,
Walk through.
yeah. That's hard to do in a third 500.
But that outside boat furthest away from us in lane 2 are not giving it up that easy.
Yeah, I think this boat here in lane 5 must have found their stride, their flow. You know, took them maybe a little bit longer to find their rhythm, but now that they've got it, I think that they've got the momentum. They're definitely holding the
For sure.
momentum.
Oh, you're absolutely right with that.
And sometimes that happens, right? Like you have a race and, you know, maybe people jump out ahead in the starting 5, 20 strokes, or somebody may have a lead in the 600, but sometimes boats are just slow to get up and going, and then it's really about who has the fin confidence in each other, and that them through the middle. And I think that's what we're seeing in lane 5. Over there in lane 2, they've also hit a bit of a stride here and challenging this lead boat in yellow.
And this is the last bit of the race going into that last 250 with Bell and Jesuit commanding their lead and solidifying their top podium finish and the first spot at US Youth Nationals, and then a close, very, very close second and third place race, which I figured was going to happen, and another close race for the
Wow.
last qualifying spot.
A double photo finish is going to be my guess. Those were two
Very
very
tight
close
races.
ones. So SA taking 2, TriStar taking 3rd. Unofficially, Gainesville area taking the 4th place, followed by Baylor.
by less than, oh my goodness, very small margin.
Close. Very, very close.
It looks like we are now underway for our next event here, which will be the women's U17 4, where we will have in lane 1, Miami Beach; lane 2, Asheville Youth Association; lane 3, New Orleans; lane 4, SA; lane 5, TriStar; lane 6, Sarasota; lane 7, Gainesville area.
I'm hoping for another tight field, and it looks like we're going to get that. Little bit of a lead in lane 4 from SA, but really only by a couple of feet.
Yeah, this one is going to definitely be hard to tell. Definitely want to see how this field looks probably around the 3:30 mark.
Just looking across at the different rhythms here in these fours, and I think this lead crew, that stroke seat's doing an excellent job of really making a defined difference between the blade being entered and then the impulse. So setting a really good rhythm there for the other 3 following behind her. They're feeling that swing together.
And within a few strokes, they will be into that third 500. And that is where they will have to dig deep and continue to hold their speed.
But this crew from New Orleans, not letting them walk away with it so easily. I can still see the puddles of that other crew, of that lead crew from SA. New Orleans is not letting them gain any distance through this little stretch. I believe TriStar and then Asheville are kind of duking it out for that 3rd place. Still pretty level across over there. And I think this is the part of the race where you got to stay composed and you got to follow your plan. You got to believe in your teammates, trying to keep your eyes between the gunnels. Don't look outside to side. Keep your energy and your focus on the person in front. Definitely a hard thing to do at this point of the race.
I think it's going to be a showdown for a third place. So I'm excited to see who comes away with that one. And yes, you have New Orleans still hanging and banging through to the last 500.
And it does look like TriStar edging out a little bit ahead of Asheville. Still contact. Still a lot could happen in this last 750 meters or so. You can tell they're responding, taking the rate up a little bit.
TriStar wanting to solidify that third place spot away from that outside crew here, which will be lane 2, Asheville Youth Association.
Now for the exciting final finish. We know that SA is probably out in front. New Orleans not far behind, but then it's really that third and fourth place that we're looking for between TriStar closer to us and Asheville Youth a little farther away from the camera.
We are in the final sprint here towards the finish line.
Yeah, this lead crew not giving up any spare change here, really emptying the tank. You can see they've upped the rate twice just since they've come on screen in this last 250, shortening up those strokes, trying to hit a higher 30s, maybe even low 40 strokes per minute. And that's definitely strong showing by SA taking that first place in the women's U17 4.
Followed by New Orleans with a time of 8:12. And then third, we will have TriStar with a time of 8:18, followed by Asheville Youth Association solidifying that last spot into Youth Nationals.
With overlap, they still had contact coming in through the line. Rounded out by Sarasota, Miami Beach, and Gainesville area for the women's U17 Coxed fours. So, wrapping up the women's Cox quads, we are just starting to see the last bit of the men's U17 quads, charging down the course into the last 250 here at the Southeast Youth Championships. Over in lane 1, we have Miami Beach, North Carolina in lane 2, University School lane 3, lane 4, Atomic, lane 5, Bell and Jesuit, and lane 6, Miami.
And as you're seeing on your screen, this is the final sprint for this race. So each crew is going up about, let's say, probably about two to four up from their base pace here. And this is the quad, so you can really pick up the boat speed, quick hands, um, quick drive, quote unquote easy recovery, and doing it all over again. Just a fast recovery to get to that finish line.
And
And this
tight
is definitely
racing
a
here
race.
through this coming into the line. I know we have one boat out ahead, but these other next 3, 4 boats really, really tight.
Wow, first, second, pretty tight there. But Tomic is going to walk away from that race with a 6:45, followed by Bell and Jesuit, which is finished at a 6:46, a little bit less than a second between first and second place, and then Miami Beach will follow to get that third place medal. And fourth place, we will have University School, who will solidify that last qualifying spot for the 2023 Youth Nationals in Sarasota, Florida.
Now back up to the start here. Women's U17 quads should be, all their blades are locked in. They're in their starting position and they're off. Again, no coxswain in this boat. So as we saw towards the end of that last race, the athletes are the ones steering, and they're doing that a little bit compromised with all of the exhaustion that comes with racing. So I feel like steering is always hard at the beginning of a race and at the end of a race. And it's starting to heat up here in Georgia, probably around 80, 85 degrees. So these athletes are definitely tough, having to row, having to steer, how to communicate, getting themselves up to the start line, and trying to dominate. It looks like over in lane 1, we have Charlotte Youth, lane 2, Chattanooga, lane 3, Sarasota, lane 4, Miami, lane 5, Roe, Georgia, lane 6, Oars, and in lane 7, Manatee County Youth. Now, I think this is the first race I've seen a crew from Chattanooga.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any, at least in the finals here. Um, they have a very, very nice course. Head of the Hooch is one of my favorite races to do. Very fun and fast course. So welcome to Georgia, Chattanooga.
And pretty good flow here that we're looking at in this blue crew. We were talking earlier about different styles of rowing or slightly different technical things to look for. And you can see here demonstrated well that they don't have as much layback, like you were saying, Maurice. You're leaving a little bit more space for your hands to kind of come out of the finish and getting prepared to take the next stroke. But
Yep.
I love to see this. 5 boats across. Fun.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing um, some movement, especially with the boats closest to us on our screen. I would want to say that that'll be lanes 5 and 6. That
Yep.
is closer to our screens. Yeah, and as you can see right now, this is lanes 2 and 3. Very beautiful blue boat there. Um, by Chattanooga, which is in that blue boat, and in lane 3, that will be Sarasota.
And this is still one of those events where the top 4 from this qualify for youth nats, and so, we already have that one boat out in front, I believe that's Miami, but then between 2, 3, and 4, and even the 5th boat in this race trying to vie for the top 4 spots, it is going to be very interesting how this unfolds. Clearly, Miami taking it away, but the rest of this field, still anyone's ballgame.
Yeah, for sure. With Miami, that is a very commanding lead, especially this early on in a race. Very nice laid back from the ladies in this crew here. You can tell they've put a lot of work and effort into this race. Very relaxed, very composed, very confident at that catch there. Not much shaking as you get up to that catch. That boat is pretty stabilized there, and they're doing a very, 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 very good job with their oar placement as well.
Yeah, we're just watching the shell just cut through the water. Very good job done by them.
And there may be some technical difficulties as we get the feed back up onto the races.
It will be interesting to see how it shakes out. We knew that Miami had that early lead, but I love when something changes up in the third 500. Uh, it definitely is. It's great to have a race not just be easily won, or even in these other placements. Again, we're trying to shoot for top 4. You want to earn it. You want to have a bit of a battle.
For
So
sure.
even though Miami's taking it away with first place, I am really curious to see how it shakes out between Chattanooga, Sarasota, Roe, Georgia, even Orr's out there in lane 6. Yeah, definitely very composed rowing by this crew. The crew in blue. I like to see too. You're talking about just keeping very even keel. If we imagine a plane of glass going through the center of this boat vertically, the boat's not tipping side to side a whole lot. They're staying very centered and very balanced, very clean, very efficient, and clearly paying off for them. Doing a good job taking away the women's U17 quad pretty handedly.
And Miami will take that with a very, very, very commanding time of 7:30.
If I'm not mistaken, that would have put them third place at the women's youth quads.
So not too far behind when they graduate up into that event. That'll be something to look out for. They will be a boat to look out for.
Definitely.
And so Chattanooga will get second, followed by Sarasota with less than a second difference between second and third. So way to go. And Road Georgia will take the last qualifying spot for the youth nationals.
Catching up here with the starting 500 or so, maybe through the middle 500-ish for the men's U17 eights. Over in lane 1, we have Treasure Coast. In lane 2, we have Space Coast. Lane 3, the Bowls School. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew. Lane 5, Atlanta Junior. Lane 6, Oars. And lane 7, Triangle. Again, another tight field here through the middle. Between second and fifth place, a lot could happen. I live for these races, and I feel like we're seeing a lot of those in these U17 and U15 events today.
Yeah, it just makes these races very exciting and also demonstrates the competitive nature of this region.
And I feel like these are the races that the athletes are going to remember in years from now. No one remembers, well, maybe some people remember easily winning a race, but I mean, it is fun to be able to be side by side with other crews and just either nearly missing it or nearly making it. Just that's what motivates me to come back and continue to work hard, whether I was on the winning side or the just short side of that sort of race situation.
For sure, I can definitely agree with that one. And as we come to the last 200 meters of this race here, still have some pretty close together. The first boat, which will I'm gonna say what it that'd be lane 4, lane 5.
Hard to spot
Yeah, I
from here.
believe
It
that's
looks like lane
Sarasota.
4.
Yep, Sarasota. So yeah, Sarasota will take that first place spot.
Sarasota going to Sarasota.
Hometown.
Ooh, tight,
Ooh,
tight, tight,
very
tight.
tight.
Ooh, especially there, out there in lanes 1 and 2.
That was very that was close. So it'll be Sarasota Crew finishing first, time of 6:19, followed by the Bolus School. Hope I pronounced that right. At 6:24, and third will be Atlanta Junior. And that last qualifying spot will go to Space Coast at 6:30, and it's very tight between Space Coast and Treasure Coast. I mean, that is less than a second, as you guys can see on the screen.
Yeah, less than half a second. I mean, that's really tight racing to be happening in a U17 event. Hopping over to the women's U17 eights, they're about around 750 in, I'd say. And we've got Treasure Coast over in lane 1, Atlanta Juniors in lane 2, SA in lane 3, Oars in lane 4, Sarasota over in lane 5, Triangle lane 6, and Miami in lane 7. Again, another tight field, looking for places 1 through 4 to go to youth nationals, but also this event and our next event are the last 2 events that are qualifiers for the youth national championships. So everyone is pushing themselves to try to place 1 through 4 in this race.
Wow. And lane 3 and lane 4 are going at it as we speak here. That'll be SA and Oars. And it looks like lane 3 SA will be making a move on Oars. Hopefully Oars can respond.
Yeah, and a little bit of a challenge here in the lanes closest to us was at lane 5. Yeah, big push there.
Yeah, SA is taking seats each stroke. They were down about half a boat length, but now they have overtaken and they are walking through lane 4 Oars right now.
Oh, this is
Wow.
an impressive jump. I mean, they just took a chunk out of Oars. Look at that.
And it'll be my guess, based upon what's happening, that lane 4 tried to respond and lit a lot of matches. And now they may be slowing down just a tad bit. And that is why lane 3 has now been able to pull away from lane 4.
I mean, the power of the double bucket.
They are moving. They smelled that
Although
blood in
this,
the water and they took it.
yeah, definitely. This Bowden and Blue not totally give, but that crew that took that early walk is just adding to the momentum, kind of like a snowball, just like running with it. And once you got it and you're moving on a crew, you want to keep that train going. So it's very motivating to be up ahead. And then once the rowers can see that they're beating the competition, just continuing to open that gap.
And we're at the last final short stretch for this event here.
And definitely a fight for that 4th place. I think over in lane 4 or so, Oars is getting a little bit eaten into by Sarasota, but out there, I believe maybe Triangle and Atlanta Juniors fighting for the 4th place.
And Sarasota, or sorry, SA will finish with a 7:09, followed by Oars, which will be a 7:17, and a third will be Sarasota.
Fast crew out of SA. That 709 would have put them in third place in the women's youth 8 by about 4 seconds over the third place in that event. So definitely some speed coming out of SA going into next year.
And fourth will be Atlanta Junior to solidify that last and final spot for the women's U17 8 for US Junior Youth Nationals.
So next up, we have the men's women's mixed youth inclusive double final. 2 boats in this race. In lane 3, we've got Triangle, and in lane 4, we have Atlanta Juniors. Again, this is the last category, I believe, who are vying for qualification to go to youth nationals.
And because of the technical difficulties, we aren't able to capture that beginning part of the race, which is why on your screen it is just that last stretch. And once the athletes pass that certain mark where our cameras are able to pick them up, they will shift over to them.
I think we can take a little bit of time to sort of explain this category. I think this is also a somewhat newer category added to these different regional events so that we can have competitive fields at youth nationals. But this being a mixed youth inclusive double, what that means is that for inclusion, a crew entered in this event must be comprised of an equal mix of para-adaptive and non-para or non-adaptive rowers. So those new to rowing, we do have adaptive boat classes depending on different athletes' abilities. And so in this combination, at least one of these athletes does have an official para classification. Really exciting to be able to offer this at the youth level. We've got a great program going at the national team level. Bridging that with the collegiate scene is also offering a lot more of these collegiate para opportunities. So awesome opportunity for these athletes to qualify at a regionals to later go on to a youth national event.
And for those that don't know, these classifications in para rowing, you have your PR1, which is use of your arms, PR2, which is use of your arms and body, and PR3, you have use of all of your limbs, but have some type of disability that allows you to be under that classification. And it was been amazing. I was able to volunteer with Athletes Without Limits, and to be honest, like growing up in this sport, I didn't have much exposure to the adaptive para side of things for rowing. But as I grew older, I wanted to expand my knowledge and start to volunteer with a lot of these different crews that specialize in adaptive and para athletes, and it's been very, very eye opening, I must say. And we will now be on the last stretch of this race here of the men's women's mixed youth inclusive double final with lane 4.
Cheers. Fully spent there as they cross the finish line.
That will be your Atlanta Juniors with a time of 8:20.
I'm really happy to see these events, these para events at the youth level. We have a very competitive para national team as well. And as an athlete rep who represents some of our athletes shooting for the elite level, the national team level, and the Olympic level, we also represent the para athletes who are going either to the Paralympic Games or the Para Pan American Games. Both offer rowing as part of that competitive field. So, very excited to see maybe some of these athletes showing up for those categories in the future.
And what a strong finish by Triangle Rowing to end the men's women's mixed youth inclusive double final.
And that does wrap up our qualifying events at this regatta, those aiming for spots at the Youth National Championships. But we do have our other events going on. So currently we're looking at the men's U15 8 final. Over in lane 2, Treasure Coast, lane 3, Sarasota, lane 4, Asheville Youth Association, and lane 5, Space Coast.
And it looks like Asheville Youth Association did not start, so we will only have 3 boats in this race.
I'm thinking it must be pretty hot out there right now. I'm only saying that. It sounds strange, but a lot of these athletes in long sleeves, I'm assuming that the sun is starting to affect some of these athletes in their warm up. So they're just trying to keep cool as possible while also racing as hard as they can. Great overhead shot here of this 8 coming down the course. Now, in an 8, we haven't talked about this here, but so many jobs and responsibilities delegated across each pair in an 8. Bow seats usually very technical and balancing the boat. The middle 4 are the engine room, the stern pair setting the rhythm, and the coxswain steering and motivating the rest of the crew. Maurice, which seat is your favorite seat or the seat you most identify with in an 8?
I will have to say bow. I was always bow seat in most races that I've raced in with sweep. So I just like, because I was always the lightest in the boat. I was 145 pounds my senior year of college. And so I was lightweight. But I think that person has to be technically sound and has to be able to follow, and has to be able to, just be able to help keep that balance, bow pair helping keeping that balance in the boat. And you're also the first one across the finish line, so that's always fun too.
Oh yeah, a definite perk of the job there in bow seat. And I'm
How
sure
about
this
you?
boat,
Which seat is your spirit animal?
it's changed over time because I would say, when I was learning to row, and I was a little rougher around the edges technically as I was learning. I loved being in the middle of the boat. My favorite being about probably 5 or 6 seat, but I've sat my fair share of 3 and 4 as well. Uh, when I was on the national team and first starting, I was surprisingly one of the smaller athletes in bow pair, like you were saying, and I was, technical, so love to cross the finish line first, like this boat here. And then later in my career, I think just with more experience and confidence, I was moved into more of the 7 seat and stroke seat. So kind of followed that arc either within my college time or with my national team time, moving around based on my experience relative to the rest of my team. So Treasure Coast took that one away, 7:29. Space Coast following up that, and then third, Sarasota.
And our next event that will be loading up will be the women's U15 8 final. And in lane 2, we will have TriStar, lane 3, SA, lane 4, Sarasota, lane 5, Treasure Coast.
Good early lead over there in lane 2, but looking across, I saw a couple athletes looking out to their left, keeping their eyes on somebody. So that might be TriStar kind of giving a little side eye to Treasure Coast, who's taking a pretty good move here, probably around getting close to that 500-meter mark. Maybe that's that big yellow buoy there. Taking a good move. So they were right to look out of the boat there because this near boat taking a bit of a charge here across that meter mark. Oh, and they are hungry for it. That stroke seat is looking across sometimes, just trying to get her crew to get eat more of those seats on that other crew.
And I feel like it's so much different as well, like between a crew that's right next to you and then a crew that's on the total opposite side of you. Like it is so hard to gauge.
Yeah, whether or not they're just they're only a blade's width or an oar's width away versus a couple lanes over.
Right.
So hard in the moment to gauge. So it's always sign of a good coxswain if they can communicate clearly where you stand next to these other crews.
It looks like a pretty decent tempo here for lane 4 here. Each athlete is able to follow the athlete in front of them. Stroke seat setting a good tempo.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, being U15, these are relatively new athletes. Like you said, you did a learn to row when you were 12. These athletes are all under the age of 15 and they're already out here at a regional championship.
Exactly. In a final.
In a final. Yeah, definitely earned their right to be here and test themselves. And it does look like out in front there that we had Treasure Coast overtake. Was that SA? Was that TriStar? We'll get a better view of it here as they come into the last 250 into those red buoys here in Gainesville, Georgia. Couple more clouds, but still sunny. Still warm here in Georgia, but not kind of they're holding off on the rain. I know there was maybe some sprinkles there yesterday in some of these qualifying time trials and semifinals, but the weather's looking good here at the Southeast Youth Champs. Giving a little wave to these athletes warming up. I think it's really great to be able to have drone footage and live stream for these youth regional events. I know that in my time rowing, which it makes me feel ancient, even though it was only a couple years ago, drone footage and these kinds of streaming was not available. I think the first time I had a drone follow me in the race, it was 2015, and I was at a World Championships, and I thought that was the bee's knees. And now it's really cool. We have this for our youth events.
Yeah, drones have definitely changed the game and able to give us a different perspective on racing and as you were talking about before, like with the puddles and everything, and you're able to see the timing of these athletes as the water reacts to the oars, and you can see typically when the starboard and port side rowers are rowing together because those puddles are right next to each other.
So it still does take some getting used to. Um, it sounds like when you have a drone flying overhead or behind you or next to you, uh, you're like, "Whoa, what is that bee? Some giant
Yep.
wasp up there." So really cool to see that the way that these are being shot, we're being able to follow closely these races, but far enough away where we're not a distraction from focusing on the race. And it looks like in this U15-8 that TriStar is pushing back a little bit from Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast was able to take that really impressive move around that 500 mark going into the second 500, but still having to work for it. Ugh, fully spent. Great
That
job
will
by
be
Treasure Coast. Just a few seconds over that TriStar crew.
and we will be next off with our men's youth 2v4 here. We will have lane 1 TriStar B, lane 2 Treasure Coast, lane 3 TriStar, lane 4 Sarasota, lane 5 Miami, lane 6 Miami B. A lot of inter squad competition here.
And you can definitely tell, like you were saying for these other races, some bragging rights. Uh, this is pretty tight. You know, first through fourth of what we can see now still all have contact with each other, neck and neck over in lane 4 and 5, Sarasota and Miami. with an edge ahead from TriStar. Little move taken by TriStar, but you can watch the bow balls of lane 5 still sit in the same spot on the shell of TriStar, so not walking away with it yet.
And really, really tight racing here, coming to this last half of the race.
Does look like Sarasota taking pretty effective strokes here. Kind of, they had their bow ball just on the tip of the stern of TriStar, but now that bow ball is sitting on the 3 seat of TriStar, who are in the lead, and then the bow ball of those in lane 5 on the 3 seat of Sarasota. So things are starting to spread out a little bit, but I'm thinking this crew out of lane 4, they are on the hunt.
They are,
Another
and they're
effective
not
move.
letting go. They are not letting go, but neither is lane 5.
Yeah, you can watch that bow ball moving from the 3 seat of TriStar up to the 2 seat of TriStar. I'm sure that coxswain is letting their athletes know the progress they've been made. That coxswain's hungry to get not just the bow ball on the bow seat, they want to be coxswains across. Be able to stare down the coxswain of this other crew. And they may just get there with like a little bump in rate. All of these men's youth 2v4s rowing well, rowing together in a sweep event. Something I'm looking for is the set, so that toggle from left to right within the boat, and both of these seem fairly level. The riggers are staying horizontal, staying parallel with the plane of the water. Coming in hot into these last 250 meters. I think we might have something close here. At least the TriStar crew taking up the rate, shortening their strokes up a little bit. Saw their 3 seat take a little glance out to the left. They know that that other crew from Sarasota is challenging them, challenging TriStar. Sarasota, their bow seat, taking a look out to the right. And when athletes are looking outside of the boat, it is close. So
And TriStar has picked it up to get to that
yes,
finish line first.
great race. Yeah, TriStar taking it with just over a second over Sarasota. Third place, Miami. Rounded out by TriStar B. And I love to see that after the race, when you cross the finish line, no matter how you've finished, to just have, fist bumps with your teammates, uh, slap in the water. It's great to have a good race no matter how you've finished. So you've executed your plan, you've pushed each other, you've pushed yourself. So always great to see that sort of camaraderie between teammates.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we're in the last 5 events here at the Southeast Youth Regional Regatta. We just wrapped up that men's youth 2v4, and now we are moving on to the women's youth 2v4.
Yeah, so a lot of these athletes have come far and wide to book their ticket to Sarasota, and it's interesting because the temperature here will probably be very similar to Sarasota. So I'll be interested to see like how these athletes adjust, and even athletes from the Mid Atlantic region or a region over on the West Coast. Like it would be really interesting to know how that affects their training.
Definitely the heat and the humidity. I'll say that. Um, I've both trained and raced on that course in Sarasota. It's a great facility, great race course. I've had different summer nationals there, but also there was the World Championships there in 2017 that I raced in, and it was probably one of the hottest regattas I have ever raced at. But it was an incredibly fast course. The water is very even across the lanes, just as far as fairness goes. Usually a tailwind, which is a great thing to race in. Usually it's going to be a pretty fast times, but pretty warm still because you're moving with the wind. So just like you're
Hmm.
saying, temperature is going to be something these athletes are going to have to contend with. Um, but this venue doesn't seem too far off. I mean, current temperature is around 85 degrees. Sarasota in a little while might be about 5-10 degrees warmer, but not too far off from Georgia. These athletes are definitely at an advantage of having raced in similar conditions today to
For
prepare them
sure.
for Sarasota.
That is for sure. Now it looks like we are getting lined up for our next event.
Yep, we've over in lane 1, we have the Bulls School, lane 2, SA, lane 3, Baylor, lane 4, Sarasota, lane 5, Oars, and lane 6, Atlanta Juniors.
And much love to those state boat holders. They're most of them, if not all of them, are volunteers, and all the volunteers that have put in time and effort to make this regatta run. Without you guys, we would not be able to do the production that we do. So, again, to all the volunteers that do this, whether you're a parent, whether you're a coach, whether you're just a fan of rowing, we want to say thank you.
It does look like we got the start of actually the men's youth 2v quads. My apologies. Over in lane 1, we've got Miami, lane 2, Charlotte Youth B, lane 3, Sarasota, lane 4, First Coast, lane 5, Charlotte Youth, and lane 6, Belmont. And yes, the volunteers at all of these events make the rowing world go round. So I definitely second your shout out to them. Having the chance now with my career over, volunteering at some more races, that's a lot that happens behind the scenes to make this sort of event and opportunity happen. So many, many thanks. Catching up here last 200 meters or so of the women's youth 2V Coxed fours. Recognizing some of these red unis and red blades here. It looks like Sarasota, that would have been in lane 4, did not start. And this lead crew, Baylor, leading the charge all the way down the course.
And yes, that will be Baylor coming across that line first, who was in lane 3, followed by SA with a time of 8:01. And then third, you will have Oars with a time of 8:16.
And the Bulls School rounding that out. 8:23, Atlanta Juniors 8:27. And again, Sarasota did not start. But halfway through, the men's youth 2V quads. Just as a recap, over in lane 1, we've got Miami, lane 2, Charlotte Youth B, lane 3, Sarasota, lane 4, First Coast, lane 5, Charlotte Youth, and lane 6, Belmont. So interesting to see both of Charlotte Youth's boats in this event seated about even. Really only about a boat open between those two, but it does look like lane 3 out there taking the lead through this halfway mark. Lane 4, I'm gonna guess maybe First Coast in the bucket. Lane 4, love to see it. But lane 3, Sarasota, doing a solid job here.
Yeah, this boat is rowing again very well together. Strokesy has a very nice stroke there, coming up very controlled to that catch and driving through very, very controlled, and also giving a very good rhythm for the rest of his teammates to follow.
I agree. And I think like they could be, I mean, they're already winning this race, right? So they're already doing pretty well. They could have their blades a little tighter to the water as they come into the catch, but what they're executing well because of, like you're saying, that stroke seats rhythm, all of their oars, all the shafts of their oars are moving completely parallel in and out of the water. So they're able to swing together and push together completely in sync. So that is a great job set by that stroke seat.
And as we approach the last bit of this race, the last, I would say, about 300 meters to go, it's pretty definitive lead right here for our lane 3.
Yeah, and just see how parallel those oars are. To see that in a 2V quad. I mean, that's pretty great. Also easier to see on screen here with the white oar shafts versus the black. Shows up great with these cameras. Gives us
Exactly.
some good
Okay.
clues into how effective they are.
Very nice boat movement here to finish off this race strong.
Pretty close there to that finish buoy. Again, hard to steer when your mental capacities are low at the end of the day, at the end of the regatta, the end of a race. But didn't matter when Sarasota took it away first at 6:48. First
Followed
coast,
by
second
East Coast.
place. Yeah, at 6:59. Third place, Charlotte Youth B. Zooming back up the course. Next race we've got going on is the Women's Youth 2V Quad Final. So over in lane 1, we'll have North Carolina, lane 2, Charlotte Youth, lane 3, Atomic, lane 4, Sarasota, lane 5, Space Coast, and lane 6, SA.
And again, loving the colors of the shells here.
I just was gonna say, I know it's like no two shades are the same. It's gonna be easier to call this race just based on sight alone. Great little aqua color here in lane 6 SA. Easy yellow to spot over in North Carolina, lane 1. Good little
Loving
close-up
the
shot here of,
focus.
yeah, good close-up shot of the focus, good close-up shot of the equipment. Slightly different shells here, Empokers, Hudsons, Flippies, Swifts, all the different boat makers. Again, that high tension movement, bow balls across, and they're aligned, waiting for the referees to start this race.
And we are off.
I'd say I think as an athlete, I think my favorite start is the start in the quad. I
I would
think I
have to
like it
agree.
because it's the same speed of an 8, but like it's almost silent, right? You practice the starting sequence, whether it be half, three-quarter, half full, three-quarter, half, three-quarter length and full. Your team has usually a set starting 5 or 6 strokes to get the boat up to speed. And you've practiced it probably 100 times. And it's just the water is completely quiet right before you start. And you're just taking those strokes together with your teammates.
Yeah, for sure. And you very, 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 quick hands. I mean, having two oars is definitely different than having one, and so it has a finesse to it.
Absolutely. It looks like Sarasota might be edging ahead of Atomic here just in this first 250, 500 meters. Very good flow. Something I'm looking at is right below the lane marker. So we'll see 4 and 3 on both of these boats. And I like how both of these bow decks are not moving too much up and down. They're just edging ahead, edging ahead, edging ahead. So both both boats staying very horizontal, being very efficient with their energy and momentum.
It looks like we have another mini race within the big race here between 1 and 2. Which will be North Carolina and Charlotte Youth. So some Carolina action, I would assume.
Absolutely. This may not have been the first time they have competed against each other. It looks like lane 2, that's gotten under their skin a little bit, taking up the rate, taking a seat there, watching those bow balls kind of dance. Two's taking, they're trying to get it out ahead, and I think they might have just taken it. Lane 1 not letting it happen too
So hard to
easily.
tell. So hard to tell.
The bow woman here in lane 2 looking out, not even looking across, looking out exactly for their bow ball. She wants her crew to know that they are almost there.
Very nice view of the scenery. So green and lovely.
So green. It is summer. It's not spring anymore. It's time for summer racing and summer championships.
And we have a pretty commanding lead here by this crew in lane 4, which will be at Sarasota.
Yeah, they've kept that consistency with their technique, really strong rhythm together. You can still see the way that their bow is moving through the water, that space between the lane number and the surface of the water isn't too much up and down. It's just moving, just edging out, taking little steps, little bites. Good parallel oar shafts, bodies moving well together. The knees are going down together, all four. Pretty clean finishes as well.
Right, I was going to say, there's some beautiful rowing right here. It's almost hypnotizing because of how smooth and how in rhythm and in sync they are.
Right. But like we said, it looks smooth and hypnotizing to hear, but it is pure chaos once you're in there. When you're in the thick of it. And I feel like we can tell that these athletes are probably in that state of flow together, even though they've got this lead. They're racing their own race. I think they're having a great time seeing what kind of speed they can lay down as the youth 2v4, the youth 2v quad against maybe some of their other events that they've got. Sarasota's got a number of boats here, so they might be out in front and not having a race across, but they may be internally racing for a time against other crews in other events. Even in this last 250 here, I think we still have got an exciting race over there in lane 1 and 2. Lane 3, still a little ahead of lane 2. But Sarasota just crushing it. Definitely pressing it all the way to the line. I imagine they're going for either a personal boat record or trying to post fastest times relative to their other teammates earlier today.
Very nicely done, Sarasota, with a time of 7:24.
And I think I may have been right. We saw that Sarasota was 7:24. If I look up the women's youth quad final, they had a time of 7:25. So I
Oof.
believe that this 2v quad, they had a little bit of extra motivation there. So great job on them to be racing their teammates across the day. We're in the last two events now of the Southeast Youth Champs. We've got the men's youth 3v8 final. Over in lane 2, Sarasota Crew B. Lane 3, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 4, Triangle. And lane 5, Sarasota.
Some pretty decent racing going into the second half of this race here, where we have two boats pretty much side by side. This will be lane 2 and lane 3 here. So my guess, just by the unis, it'll be Sarasota in lane 2, and then Atlanta Juniors in lane 3.
Yep, does look like Sarasota. That 7 seat looking across, double checking where's that bow ball of lane 3, trying to pass the bow ball past the stroke seat, and having the coxswain sit on that bow ball. But Atlanta Juniors not making it easy. I think they may even have fought back there for maybe reclaimed another seat there.
The only easy day was yesterday.
Only even then, there were a couple races where we had some close fights there down to the end. Maybe not as many photo finishes because obviously the margins are tighter as you advance through a regatta, especially with the qualifying events. Everyone vying to get a top 4 spot, but um, it's it's tough out there. The southeast region, something to look out for. Now it does look like Sarasota B opening it up, having some open water over the Atlanta Juniors. crossing probably into that last 500 or so. Definitely.
Yep.
So we're actually in the last 200. Probably took a little bit of an early sprint just to counter the moves that the Atlanta juniors were doing. Sarasota has been good at that last 250 bump.
And the final few strokes coming to the line. Sarasota will have a pretty major lead here, commanding lead, finishing strong, very crispy. And they will finish with a time of 6:43, followed by Atlanta juniors. And not too far behind them will be Sarasota.
Yeah, that other Sarasota crew definitely made up a lot of ground. I thought kind of coming when we were following them from that other camera angle, they had, there was open water uh, between the Atlanta juniors and that next Sarasota crew, but they must have taken one heck of a move, eat up some of that speed coming into that last 500. So great sprints coming out of Sarasota. So on to our last race of the day, the last race of Southeast Youth Champs here in Gainesville, Georgia. Last race of the day upcoming will be the Women's Youth 3v8 final. Hard to believe we've had so many athletes. Again, I said this earlier today, but this was the largest Southeast champs that US Rowing has ever had at almost 1,500 athletes and 51 clubs.
Love it. That just shows that the sport is growing.
Rowing is growing. Come join us. Be rowing nerds with us, please. We love it. If you had blisters, you rowed. We're all teammates. I love to see so many kids getting into this. Definitely something I wish I had access to growing up. Definitely would have jumped in one of these events had it been something I could do. Look at this close boat here in lane 7, SA Rowing Club B, the double bucket. What I mean by that is the having a starboard, a port, having that double rig in the middle of the boat. But we've got Triangle over in lane 1, Sarasota B in lane 2, Atlanta Juniors in lane 3, Sarasota in lane 4, SA in lane 5, Triangle lane 6, and SA in lane 7.
Let the chaos begin.
Definitely the chaos of those starts, especially in eights.
Wow, that was a nice starting sequence by lane 6 here. Very, very
Yeah,
powerful. Sorry, not lane 6. That was lane 5. That would
yes,
be
that would
SA.
be, yeah, SA. Good starting sequence. But
It was
Atlanta
very
Juniors,
controlled, very crispy.
yeah, Atlanta Juniors not letting them walk away with it. They've already gotten right up there with them And sometimes, I mean, it's always a mental step in a race or a mental advantage in a race if you're up early, but you don't always win a race with the start. You can lose a race off the start, but you don't always win a race off the start.
I can attest to that one. Majority of the race in my single last year was in the front for maybe about I'd say I lost the first place finish in the last 300 of the race. I got walked on.
Oh, it definitely happens. I mean, you've got like the mental cards of like, "Oh, I'm up, I'm up, I'm up." And then sometimes then it becomes really challenging, really shaky to have somebody be even challenging it. So if you're up and you try to stay up, you try your darndest to keep that lead, but
Exactly.
it's always super motivating, with the crews who are hunting you down from behind. I mean, they can't see exactly where you are, so they're gunning for you. The target is on your boat.
There was definitely a lot of lessons learned, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen again.
And it's always practice, right? Either visualizing a race or just putting yourself out there in more races.
Nah, absolutely, absolutely. And it looks like we're definitely going to have a very nice way to end the Southeast Regionals Championships here with two boats fighting for first place. This will be Atlanta Juniors and SA.
Definitely foul balls across. I feel like they took their starting five sequence, they took their high strokes. And I don't think they've ever kind of hit their stride at any lower rate. This feels like they are both trying to spin their wheels, keeping the boat speed up for as long as possible.
That's for sure. I mean, but that SA, I can like feel the power through the video here. Like they look very very strong in this race. And we will have the rest of the field pretty much opened up here.
Yep, we've got triangle over here in lane one, Sarasota B close to them in lane two. Here in this blue boat. Great view of the finish line. Last race of the day. It does look like the Sarasota boat over in lane, is that four, is starting to take some seats on the Atlanta Juniors off to the left side of our screen. SA still in the lead, kind of outstroking the rest of their field. So what I mean by that is just taking more strokes per minute. Their rate is a little bit higher, their cadence is higher, and kind of depends on the crew and how each team rows, but it seems to be paying off for them. They're able to maintain that type of rowing by finding the catch at the right time. So sometimes when you've got the higher rates, people are rushing the recovery, but these eight rowers are allowing the boat to come underneath them, and they're picking it up at the right time, allowing them to kind of maximize and capitalize on that slightly higher stroke rate. But the real battle here is happening between Sarasota and Atlanta juniors, happening right side by side. I'm curious as we come into the last 250 if there might be a bit of a change up here. Both of those crews are actually getting a little bit closer to SA.
And it looks like Atlanta Juniors is responding and picking up the rate, but so is Sarasota.
And that's one of the things too, like the other crew out to our right who are already at a high rate, they don't have as many gear shifts to make. So hopefully the lead that they've established pays off for them because both Sarasota and Atlanta Juniors have a couple more shifts they have in their toolbox. But that is some sharp blade work from a 3V. I think that is a pretty good, effective movement. Yeah,
Wow.
coming in on those big orange
They're
buoys, you
coming in
can see it
hot.
happen.
SA is
Yeah,
coming in hot. Very well done.
that they
Oh,
are.
and a battle for a second. Sarasota looks like they will take that one, followed by Atlanta Juniors.
Just by a hair, must have unfolded in that third 500 or just crossing into the last 500. Sarasota has got some pretty good sprints, pretty good race plan there. But my hat's off to SA. They took that high rate down the course the entire time, kept it sharp, and that clearly
Kept
paid
it
off for them
strong
here.
and composure. Beautiful rowing.
Definitely looked like they had their start and they just never came down.
I think I'm going to coin the term beautiful chaos.
I'll give you that copyright. I think it's great. Excellent. So, rounding out this women's U3V8, we've got SA, the time of 7:20, Sarasota 7:23, Atlanta Junior 7:24, and Triangle 8:03. Last cruise, I think that is SA Rowing Club B, the time of 8:29, Triangle B, and then Sarasota B. So
And
great
yeah,
last race. Yeah, to close out this Southeast Youth Champs.
you love to see it. And so many crews have earned their spots to the 2023 US Rowing Youth National in Sarasota. And I am Maury Scott, and I will be your official announcer for the US 2023 US Youth Nationals. So for all those crews that punched your ticket, I will see you in Sarasota.
Excellent. Yeah, and this is Grace Latz. I might be wandering around the course, you never know, but it's been great to see everyone race here, all the way from the time trials this morning, yesterday semis, and these exciting finals here in Gainesville today. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to the organizing committee, the referees, the coaches, the families and parents and crew, all of the support staff who make these sorts of things happen. Thank you for Regatta Central and Here Now for this sort of production and being able to live stream this sort of event. And thank you to US Rowing for coordinating such a competitive youth regional experience.
It has been a pleasure, Grace Latz, the one and only.
Same. It was great to announce with you too, Maurice. I'll be tuning in for Youth Nats and excited to hear your take on the fast racing that you'll see there.
Speedy vibes only. Speedy vibes only.
Hashtag see you in Sarasota.